Greetings, and welcome to So You Think You Can Quest, the online, live-streamed Dungeons & Dragons-based game show with real cash prizes and precious stones that helps raise money for rotating charities. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, and this is just a quick introduction to Episode 5 of the open beta development process. Thank you for joining us as we watch two existing contestants joined by a number of fresh faces to see if they can survive this perilous encounter that they have left off in at the end of Episode 4. We will see who survives and who does not, who claims the daily prize, and what stone do they pick. All of this and more, but you'll have to stay tuned. So grab your health potions, sit down, and enjoy another episode of So You Think You Can Quest. Before we get started, though, I just want to say a quick thank you to all of our fans, contestants, and patrons who are helping to grow this show's interest as well as support. It's been so amazing to watch everybody step forward and help grow this show as we attempt to raise money for rotating charities. As well, I just want to say, if you're considering getting involved, please do. Everyone so far is having a blast, and the community seems to be growing by the day. So don't hesitate. Click on the application link below this video. Check it out. Submit it. It's free, and it's anonymous, and you could get involved today. But without further ado, tonight's episode of So You Think You Can Quest. Thank you. 3, 2, 1, and welcome to So You Think You Can Quest, the online live-streamed Dungeons & Dragons-based game show with real cash prizes and precious stones that helps raise money for rotating monthly charities. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, Colin Anonymous, and this evening we will be joining 5 players, 3 fresh faces, and 2 returning contestants to see how they fare in a deadly situation as they attempt to advance the agenda of the Guild of Mazes and win for themselves a $500 cash prize, while also helping to raise money for charitable foundations and children in need. Right now, this show is going to be donating 100% of anything that it takes in form of any revenue or sales or Patreon money or coffee donations. This will go directly to the Extra Life organization, who are raising money for Children's Miracle Hospitals. And in that way, I think after the first 2 months, we're going to probably go down to a static 15% minimum of all intake is going to charitable organizations, but we'll see. I would like to donate as much money as possible while keeping this concept sustainable and also being able to offer escalating cash prizes for our contestants who are going to be put through the ringer in a series of obstacles, traps, dastardly villains, and of course, just monstrous opponents. We're going to have to deal with the background music just being on my side for now, and so our players will be unable to hear it for the moment. So you will be able to catch it on the stream, likely. I just don't think you'll be able to hear it in chat with me, which is, I guess...
We'll play our own.
Yeah, no, that's just going to be how it is. We'll do a quick audio check. Can I make sure that everyone can hear us?
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, it's Delta.
Audio check, clean check.
Delta speaking.
I have a notification saying
They
that
said we can.
They can?
They can hear us.
They can
We're
hear us.
audible.
This is
Okay.
Captain
They
speaking. Can everyone hear me?
All right. Excellent. Sorry about that, everyone watching. It looks like dealing with the background music is still going to cause complicated audio problems because I'm doing it in the most difficult way possible. In the meantime, it should still be audible for everybody on the stream, but our players will not be able to hear it. We're going to move on from there. It looks like after I get the overlay sorted out... Oh, the videos just keep shifting. But once I get that sorted out, we will be good to go. And in the meantime, who's playing Rogue and who's playing Fighter? And I'm going to roll for our random class, and then we'll do a recap, and we will get into this game.
I think we're missing Delta and video as well.
Yes.
Hello?
Delta's video's not on.
Trying to hide Delta? Maybe you should be
I
the
guess I'll
rogue.
take fighter.
There we go.
Take a fighter? I guess I'll take rogue.
Yeah, I could go rogue. It's fine.
I lost track.
Okay. So the videos just keep shifting with this interface. I am going to have to solve that. So you're taking Fighter, and then you're taking Rogue, if you're fine with that. So you will be either capable of coming in as a fresh Fighter at this point, teleported in with teleportation sickness, or you can assume the role of Aerithil. Which would you prefer?
Me?
Who?
I'll take Aerithil because
Okay. If you're taking Aerithil, I will go ahead and both make that player character available and pop that frame up there on the image for you. Now, then we've got the rogue. I'm going to have you roll 1d10 into the chat to determine which rogue you're getting.
Six.
6. Okay, let's see who that ends up being. Looking at my player inventory here with a 6, it looks like you are going to be taking over one Moggen Mirrorfoot. I'm going to be putting
Oh
that
my.
into your journals just shortly. What is... I just realized I don't necessarily know. Which one are you in Roll20? Which one is your Roll20 tag? I see you in Discord, but...
I am Petro de la Rosa Chatelaine Volante.
Okay, you got it. You are now, in fact, one Moggen Mirrorfoot. And then finally, we're going to roll for our 5th character class. Oh, yeah. Okay, personal favorite. It looks like you are going to be taking over a bard for the evening.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a
Excellent choice.
1d10 on that bard. As I see who you are going to end up playing as. That is going to be a 6 again. Interesting. So that's gonna put you at... Let me make sure I've got the right character here. Okay. You are going to take over one Hugo Compar. Hugo is going to... I just want to double check. You are... Okay, you're Pythias in Roll20. I'm going to make sure that that goes into your correct character journal. I don't want anyone seeing your one-of-a-kind secret side quest that every single character has. And for those playing at home, I have not repeated yet a single premise, so every one of these side quests lives and dies with these randomly generated characters, never to be seen from again if they go unresolved. So, we can only hope our heroes are capable of staying alive long enough to get them accomplished. Now, after that, it looks like... Or wait, no, I'm sorry. Pythias, you should have gotten Atheril, correct? Aerithil. And Captain Revenant should be getting Hugo. That is my mistake, because Captain Revenant is in the 5th player seat, not Pythias. After all I just said about keeping these players secret, I go ahead and make a casual blunder at the beginning of the game, but that's sorted out. And then Erithil, I'm going to make sure, goes into your journal, Pythias, and while I get the frames sorted out, I will do that during combat, and instead I will just start us out with a recap of what's going on and what happened last session for everyone who's watching, and we can get right into the action, so we don't have to watch me fiddle with sizing up name tags for the first 5 minutes of this stream as Discord decides where it wants to put whose webcam interface. So we do start the night with a number of audio problems. I am addressing these in the future and will be doing more extensive dry runs to prevent things like this from happening, but I've edited around it where cumbersome. Please enjoy. At the end of last session, Hope's Rise was certainly in a bit of an upset, as there had been an occurrence in the center of town. But before we get to that, let's first talk about the events that led up to this. One, namely, a massive onslaught of kobold assassins who, having seemingly taken a wrong turn in their efforts to tunnel into the basement of one of the nearby larger houses, had come out in the middle of the street and in a panic attempted to conceal their presence by murdering any possible witnesses before fleeing into the tunnel they had created. Of course, this went slightly awry, as the witnesses they attempted to murder turned out to be seasoned adventurers sent by the Guild of Mazes. So, in what was a tense melee and exchange of crossbow bolts, a couple of our contestants were slain as one Bach Crown Gilder, despite having a crystal shard of the psionic consciousness era set, was summarily murdered by crossbow bolts, as well as our friend Salkaline, aka, I think he was playing as, Kelifin the Wizard, was unfortunately stabbed in the back by a kobold with a reaction when he attempted to flee further into the bar crowd, and failing a death saving throw, went down. Then later, we ran into what was the main attraction of the night as our players approached the center of town and were drawing nearer to the fountain and claiming the $250 cash prize within. This fountain, of course, immediately then exploded with a magical cascade of energy that began tearing up the ground and disrupting everything around it as people began to flee in all directions, and the very mists and fog in the skies above began to clear, and the sun let down a pulsar ray of some kind that collided with this fountain like a thunderclap, and then there stood yet again the massive, towering creature in negative silhouette, surrounded by energy pouring forth from it, its form seemingly towering over those around it, and obviously not human, and likely not even of this realm. It was this, being surprising enough, and also quite the problem, that immediately distracted our players and dissuaded them from charging forward and claiming their prize. But it was on top of this the summoning of a massive golem of sorts that seemed to form out of the very static potential and energy that this being was creating. Sort of as if separating itself like a single-celled organism dividing into two, this golem created a massive weapon out of the energy around it and then began to assail the force that stood in the center. They exchanged blows, and in this process, our companion, the rogue Nahen, was unfortunately killed as he succumbed to the wounds and internal injuries of the blast that had laid him unconscious. After this, our friend Erithil was capable of touching the fountain and winning the prize for our contestants at the time. Because of that, we then ended the session as we were already over the 4-hour mark, and it was going to be a tense battle no matter where we ended it, so it was best to just stop there before things got too much further involved. But it is worth noting that as the golem was capable of somehow pushing away or otherwise repelling this force, it now stands there towering over the players with nothing to distract it, and an agenda of its own, as it called down to the would-be fighter Erithil, telling her to stop in her approach to the fountain in the first place. As those who were here last session can recall, there was a tense standoff for a moment as we were unsure if Erithil was going to get smoked by the golem for even approaching and attempting to tag what remained of that stone fountain. So we rejoin our heroes now instead, as they have some problem on their hands, what with the stories high, towering behemoth wielding a lightning blade, threatening to destroy everything in front of them and perhaps them themselves. Top of the initiative order at the moment when we left off was Warren of the Cracked Sky, having gone after Erithil. I'm looking at the webcams right now, and it looks like we are still -1, but if we have to go without video on one person for the evening, that will be fine. I don't think there's anything else that warrants mentioning, except quickly touching on the fact that for those of you who may be following, you will be noticing that one of our contestants will not be joining us again this evening, and this will not be due to an absence that could otherwise, or an attendance issue rather, but instead is because of the fact that I am trying to, and our contestants are all trying to maintain a certain community in which everybody feels comfortable questing and we can all stay focused on the game and healthily maintain what is sort of a PG-13 and inclusive atmosphere. With that, in future episodes, even though it went unaddressed in the previous one, in the event that anybody uses a sexist, racist, or otherwise derogatory remark against an NPC or PC in this gaming world or out of this gaming world, whether or not they are referring to an individual attached to this game at all, is irrelevant, as they will not be invited back to a state of play. Thank you very much, and without further ado, we are going to begin this night's episode of So You Think You Can Quest, as I transfer the players over to the battle map, and we begin seeing exactly what it is that they are made out of. One moment, let me double check and make sure everything is appropriately prepared. It seems, yes. Okay, I did do some modifying of the battle map last time. I just want to make sure everything is where it should be. And we are good to go. Transferring players. Zooming the stream in so everyone can see exactly what's going on here. As our golem has run amok, and there are still the dispersing energies in the center of town as the seemingly source of the energy has dissipated, now forced back by the golem. But there is still this crackling potential in the air, as if the confluence of the plane's energies have yet to entirely dissipate, leaving a strange potential, almost like a static current, alive in everyone's nervous system and running the hairs on the back of their neck to a standstill. Okay. Warren, what are you going to do as I get you the rest of these frames sorted out? And also, I want to do a quick check. Is everyone here? One, two, three, 4, 5. Okay. If everyone's present and accounted for, then we can get into this. Warren, what do you want to do? Oh, Warren, push to talk. Or I can't hear you. One of the two. Both of those are terrible. Warren, now that I can hear you, now that we are caught up on exactly what is happening, what exactly are you going to do?
For the moment, I'm gonna try and blend in with the crowd and just watch the golem take a ready stance, but watch the golem in the crowd.
Got it. And after Warren, then, I need to really quick do a roll to make sure, because I just realized that the Guild of Mazes will be warping Hugo Compar, our bard, directly into this scene, and I want to get an idea of when they will be doing that. And it looks like they will be doing it rather immediately. So, Hugo Compar, our bard, would you go ahead and give me an initiative roll to determine where you will fall on this? You will be, of course, doing so with disadvantage due to the fact that you have teleportation sickness, but I want to get you in on this action as fast as possible.
I don't see the initiative tracker. Is that on purpose or?
There it is.
I was
Yay!
going to say, sometimes it just takes a second to load. I am also having to restart a couple of my end of things to get all of the video to sync up. If I don't start all of the things in the correct order, nothing works. So, with that, Hugo, remember this will be at disadvantage, so go ahead and give me another one, and we will see which one is the lower. Okay, not bad, actually. Dang. So, with that, you will be going directly after Warren. Let me go ahead and get your token on the battlefield, and I will get you into this. You are, despite having just basically been flung through space and time, blessed with some amount of just immediate reflexive action as you begin sort of stumbling out of a static rift and bursting into motion. I also need to roll to exactly where you're going to land on this chaotic battlefield. All right. It looks like you will be landing in the northeast quadrant of this. Let me grab your token, and for those of you watching, Hugo Compar is right here. And I'm going to back up so everyone can see exactly where that is relative to the golem that is messing everything up. And Hugo, I'm going to get you into the turn order and make sure you can control that token and that it's properly assigned. But what do you want to do at this moment? Reminder, it is push to talk.
Yep.
Or alternately, everything's falling apart again.
Yep. Let me figure out where on Earth I am before I decide anything.
All right. No worries. I can go ahead and get you centered there on the DM side of things. That is you right there.
And I've lost it.
Hold on. There you go. You'll want to zoom in. But that should center you.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. Excellent.
So I will. All I can really do is advance forward.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just advance my full movement.
Okay. So, if you're heading towards.
Wait, no, yep, that's right.
Okay. You're heading towards the battle. That's your full movement. You still got your action and your bonus action. What will you be doing with that? Hugo?
I can't target anyone with Bardic Inspiration. No one's near me. And I would rather not get myself killed with Vicious Mockery. So I guess that's it for me right now.
Okay. If that's it, then we are going to advance down the initiative tracker and pass Erithil, who has already gone. Warren has already gone. Now we get to Illusin, who I will be trimming from the initiative, and we get to Kargara Alterborn. Kargara, as you may remember, was on the brink of life and death last time, and so sorry to keep you all waiting, but I believe you have failed one death saving throw, and you have succeeded in one death saving throw. So go ahead and give us another one, Kargara, as you see exactly what you are going to be able to survive.
Bye, everybody.
Oh,
So
Kargara.
long,
man.
farewell.
That's the
That
third
is the
nat one in
third
2
nat
games.
1 death saving throw.
I love you all. Remember Kargara
After
forever.
all of those technical errors, Kargara, I am so sorry. I wish that you could have been with us longer. The dice roll how they will, and there's nothing that I can do about it but honor them.
I'm proud of the life Kargara lived. I think he or she was really useful and helpful in every way. So.
All right, well, Kargara and Korb, the player behind it, you will be welcome back to compete again and again. Obviously, we will be having any number of games in the future, and there will likely be more contestants dying as the night goes on. So, really quick, I'm going to roll from the available contestants and see who we are able to get into the game. Based on who is available and what it looks like. I've got here Blackheart, are you out there? And if you're watching, I think then you are in the game, sir.
They
Bye,
are.
everybody. Good luck.
Yeah, they seem excited.
All right, Blackheart, I'm going to get you your questing roll, and you can join us as you will be taking over the cleric. When you get into chat and you get your webcam going, go ahead and give me a D10 in the chat, and I will get your cleric assigned. In the meantime, though, I'm going to skip on from Kargara to the the golem about which they're... Actually, hold on. I do not want to skip over to Kargara, because this will be warping in, and even like our bard, Hugo, may in fact be capable of beating the initiative of this. Well, actually, they'll come in. Yeah, no, they'll have to roll a hell of an initiative, but they could be capable of beating this golem. All right.
With the first natural one of the night. This scares me.
I know.
We're just shaking out the bad dice. We're just getting rid of our bad dice.
So many.
All right.
My heart.
Okay. I'm waiting for Blackheart to get into the game. If he can't join us in the next couple of...
There it goes.
If you're ready, Blackheart, you should have questing status. You can just hop into the active questing channel and hit the video button. All right, and these frames should persist.
Also, it is push to talk.
Yes,
So
also it is
Blackheart
push to
knows.
talk as we are getting this sorted out. In the future, I'm just going to start doing all of this earlier. It's just looking like I'm not going to be able to get everything set up and comfy in the way that I want for the stream in a professional way. So I think we're going to start probably getting an active roll call at 5:30 and treat that like at 6 o'clock in the future. So for everybody who's watching, these sort of technical hiccups will hopefully just get folded into a prep time that no one will have to see again. Blackheart, are you with us in chat? Oh, I see the webcam rolling in.
Video's coming up.
Video's coming up. I'm going to have to slide everyone down. Blackheart, I don't think we can hear you.
You are muted and your cam is dead.
Oh, he doesn't know how to put. He doesn't know how to do push to talk.
Oh, it should just be in your voice setting towards the bottom.
Yeah, I think you just click the gear and then you go over to voice and then it has push to talk.
And
Yep, and then you can set up a key
Yeah.
underneath the push to
Hopefully-
talk button.
hopefully it doesn't mess up for him this time.
Yep.
Oh,
How are we doing? Blackheart. While this is happening, I will get a frame up for our bard.
it looks like your mic is going off, but I can't hear
I do
any-
all of these interviews with people. I had an hour-long conversation with him, and it was perfect fidelity. His webcam worked the whole time. He was a very nice person.
It just looks like it's not
I
working
just
at the moment.
this is cursed. It is All Souls Day. I understand if for whatever reason there's just interference out there in the astral plane, but we're gonna bear with this and get what we can accomplished, folks. This is why it's the beta. Thank you for bearing with us.
We
and
can't
thank
hear
to
you.
our players.
Okay, so it's dead on both ends.
He can't hear us. We can't hear him.
Did you check? Did you go to your settings and check the output and input of your mic and headphone, mic and camera? There we go. I went.
He has no clue what we're saying. He can't hear at all.
That's unfortunate. I'll hop into the chat and oh, he can hear us. And now it says he's speaking. He's lit up, but I'm not getting anything from him.
Yeah, your mic is lit up. It's just not producing any audio.
When I get that error, I just leave the voice call or leave Discord and come back in, and that solves it 90% of the time.
Try restarting Discord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what about now?
Hey, there you go. There we go.
Yep.
All you got to do is restart it 3 times. Everybody knows that.
Rule of 3.
Nailed it.
All right. Now you're in the game.
There's the camera too.
I'm going to
Yay,
go ahead and add, I don't know if you are in the game. I need to get you a Roll20 invite, don't I? That is embarrassing. I will
Yeah, you do have to do that.
I will message that to you right now, and we will be off to the races. This is the most disorganized episode of So You Think You Can Quest to date.
Well, it was okay. I had everything set up. I literally just had to leave and come back into the chat. I didn't change anything else.
Hey, I ran into the same problem. I mean, that was why we basically started 20 minutes late, is because for whatever reason, everything just decided to... it was working perfectly earlier today. But there's something about the live element, it seems, that is going to be difficult to overcome for the time being. But you should be in the game. I'm assigning your rogue in just a
Very
moment.
nice.
Go ahead and give me that.
Rogue, I thought it was a cleric.
Cleric, sorry. I don't know why I keep saying rogue. It's just cementing in my head like that for some reason, because your screen name is Blackheart.
A very rogue-like name.
Yeah, no, I can't get around it.
Are you assuming his class?
I am assuming your class based on your family name.
Sir, how dare you?
How dare you?
How
All
dare
right,
I?
so I am in roll 20. I'm gonna zoom out. Jeez.
Yep. Go ahead and give that 1d10 as soon as you can so I can figure out which one of these clerics you will be soon dying as.
All right, sounds good. I rolled a 4.
A roll of 4. Okay, we're going to go to... Ooh, okay, this is bizarrely fitting, but good. We are going to be introducing our first drow character.
Ooh, tasty.
There are a bunch of cultural notes about drow in this world that make them distinct from the world of kind of the Forgotten Realms, and as they're detailed in the standard like rules as written player's handbook. We can get into those after the combat has resolved, but the important thing to denote is that they are not basically viewed as an evil race and are not generally looked down upon. They are certainly uncommon for the factors that contribute to their birth are very rare, but they are not regarded in the same sort of like vile and suspicious way. Eidolon is packed with its fair share of evil elves, but they are not detectable via skin color. They instead are denoted by the fact that they must constantly mutilate their ever-growing ears. But that is a different story for a different time. Go ahead and, as I get this cleric assigned... Blackheart, yep, it should be in your inventory. Go ahead and give us that initiative roll with disadvantage. I mean, the odds of you getting like 2 nat 20s and beating this golem are almost 0, but either way, we needed to get you in the game, and it might happen.
Is that Invex?
Invex, yes.
Cool, sounds good.
I think Invex is a worshiper of a dark god anyway, though, so I think Invex might be evil. After all of that speech, yeah, no, Invex is a cleric of Yelkrin, the goddess of taking. So, that's...
Why is my initiative a decimal?
Oh, that decimal is what your dexterity score is, so in the event of ties, it's just automatically displayed on Roll20, so you know who goes first.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right, well, with that 12, you don't go ahead and roll again to see if it gets lower, but I know the answer to my question, as the golem, it seems, will be going first. And 7, okay.
It's actually worse, yeah.
It's actually worse. Let's make sure you've got a token on the field, and you will be coming in from the southwest. You can find yourself down here in this corner with the golden circle around your name. We go now to the golem. And I am going to... Okay, it looks like everybody's more or less organized here and good to go. So we're going to actually, I think, start this combat finally. The golem is going to immediately begin to step forward and start smashing apart the ground. And I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from Erithil immediately, as this is going to cause a massive rift that opens up, tearing the hole that's already there from where the fountain was destroyed even further in the ground and threatening to pull you into the sewers below. That is going to be a 15. Okay, you are going to be able to get out of the way, Erithil, as the ground opens up and threatens to otherwise pull you down into just a cascade of bricks and falling mortar. However, you are going to take a little bit of damage at this point. Erithil, you are going to take 8 points of damage from this, as it is just an after effect. The golem not seemingly targeting you, as was much speculation as to whether or not the fighter was going to be instantly destroyed for touching this fountain. It doesn't seem to be. The The golem instead seems to be more intent on creating just widespread destruction as they use both of their attack turns, well, both of the attacks of their turn to instead widen the gap in the ground and start smashing the tents around. People begin to flee, and there are a number of civilian casualties in this round. I'm looking to see if there are any players else close enough to need to worry about this, and it looks like that was our friend down here, Kargara, who is now gone. So no, Warren, you are far enough back. It looks like no one else is going to be disturbed for this moment, but the golem with its movement is going to begin to, after having thoroughly created this growing rift in the ground, begin stomping to the west towards where Erithil is standing and begin looming over this area of yet undestroyed tents and fleeing civilians, threatening to do yet more untold damage to the town's structures and cost potentially countless lives more. That is the golem's turn, and it does seem like at this point, Erithil, I'm going to go ahead and move your token to the front so that you can actually get a hold of that. It otherwise doesn't seem to be paying much attention to you.
Farscribe, can I just have you ping where all of the players are at real quick?
Real quick, we've got one here, we've got one here, then we've got our newly joined and freshly summoned sickness cleric here. Our monk, Warren of the Cracked Sky, I believe is over here. No. Warren? Where did you just... Oh, no, Warren is back here. Sorry. And then, last but not least, we have our our rogue who has joined us is, I think... No, yeah, our rogue was over there, and then this is... Instead, this is the former warlock that I just pinged. We'll go ahead and remove that. So that's warlock, cleric, that's monk, cleric, rogue, fighter, and then the wizard... Where are you, wizard?
DM, can you shift ping me to my token? I can't seem to find it. I am the rogue.
Rogue, you are up here.
That just means your stealth is that high.
Your stealth is that high. Wizard, where have you gone?
That is me. I am the bard.
Oh, rogue, sorry. There is no wizard, because there's a bard. That's what's going on. And then the rogue needs an actual token, as I believe. Is that what's going on here?
Yes.
Yeah, I never got a token.
I have okay, there we go. I have lost my complete train of thought, apparently. Morgan.
I actually got a 20 on my stealth. I'm actually in the GM layer right now.
Right, apparently.
Right behind Farscribe.
And Morgan coming in, I'm also going to need you to make an initiative check, I guess, because you have fresh summoning sickness.
Sure. Can you shift ping me once more?
Right
this
here.
Time? Okie doke.
Okay, thank you, Farscribe. I just wanted to know kind of where everyone was at.
No, yeah. Basically, at this point, there's kind of one person on each point of the star. And that was also good for me, because I didn't realize that I had failed to issue Morgan's token at this point. Morgan, thank you so much for... Go ahead, and I'll take one more initiative roll out of you, because it is at disadvantage, because you do have summoning sickness.
I did select the disadvantage on the sheet, so I don't know if that was incorporated into the roll.
It did not. Oh, it would list it if it had happened, because there would be a pale number next to the bold one.
Okay, that's weird. I'll just roll again.
Yeah. Okay, so 10. Excellent. Oh, but it did, yeah, it took that for the tracker. After the golem, we go now to our bard, I'm gonna have to get used to the fact that there are now a bevy of people probably coming in as the non-standard 4 classes. So our bard is up here to the northeast of all of this and watching everything play out. How are you going to approach this? It seems like the golem doesn't bear you any ill will at the moment, but it could at any moment also just destroy everything in your direction and prove fatal to you and your companions. So you're hardly out of the woods yet. How are you going to proceed?
Farscribe, I didn't get added to the initiative tracker either, by the way.
You did not. Okay, let me check. Sometimes it takes just a second to up. Okay, no, you did not, actually. But Hugo, what are you doing?
I'm gonna dash to here,
Okay.
and that's all I can do because again, there's no one around me to use my spells
Got it.
or abilities.
The poor bard. No friends. If you're moving and dashing, and is that going to be the end of your turn, Hugo?
Yes.
Then we go to one Arethil Oak, who is in the midst of it now, as you are standing on top of what feels like rubble that could collapse yet further at any moment, and the golem is nearby. Even moving, you might draw its attention as you get up and attempt to get to safety, Arethil. What are you going to do?
Is that purple stuff anything I should worry about?
At the moment, it seems to just be static that is hanging over as a remainder of the energy that was basically being emitted by that beast of some kind. So, no, short answer. But long answer, it does seem to be persisting, so I would keep an eye on it, maybe.
All right, for my bonus action, I'm going to use Second Wind to get some health back.
Okay. It is worth noting that your fighter did use Action Surge, so that is unavailable to you as you have come in as Arethil.
Understood. At least Second Wind got me back up to 23. So my best bet is get the hell out of there. So I'm gonna use a dash to get out.
Okay.
Do we want to be fighting this guy?
Vote
I
now on your
don't think
phones.
so. I don't think so.
This seems really bad. I mean,
Unless we get like the whole town to help us, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good fight to have.
I have a couple of live spells. Like I've got like Thunderwave, Command, Cure Wounds.
Yeah,
So I've got like a few good spells, but other than that, I don't know if we should fight this guy.
as
That might
Arethil
work.
as Arethil is just running, as she's a good distance away from it, she'll then start kind of yelling at everybody, "Get away from it! Do not get near it!"
Okay. Arethil doing her best to inform the townsfolk of something that was perhaps plainly obvious. But Arethil, if you're just using your movement for your turn, I think that's going to move us over to the rest of the, companions, or in this case, Warren of the Cracked Sky.
Yep, that's my action and bonus action.
All right, Warren, you are up.
Does the golem look like it's going towards the monastery?
For that, you go ahead and give me an insight roll. I think would probably be the best, as much as you can insight a golem.
Where is insight? I am not able to find it.
It should be in your
Oh, never mind.
There you go. Perception based. 4. Hard to tell. It could just be going after crowd density, as it does seem that the street here to the west has more horses and carriages, more people in it. There's just a higher target of things to destroy. Well, a higher density of targets of things to destroy in this area. The cathedral might not have anything to do with it.
I'm going to use my dash and go. Or actually, I'm going to use my step of the wind. Or wait, a dash goes to the extra 40. I can just use a dash as a bonus action, right?
The dash is a bonus action, I believe, for you at second level at this point.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So I'm just going to. I think I can get inside. Just like right in the doorway. Right there.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna hide out. Can I stealth too or no?
No, at this point, unfortunately, you will not be able to stealth.
Okay, I'll just ready myself for any impacts then.
Okay, Warren, taking a cautious approach as it looks like there is more mayhem afoot. If that's going to be your turn, then we move on to Moggen. Moggen Mirrorfoot, having been just recently warped in and still being affected by the summoning sickness of the Guild of Mazes, and so taking disadvantage on most things as you stagger about and try to get a feel for both your center of gravity as well as what is and is not reality around you. Moggen, what do you want to do? The crowd is in a state of chaos. There are just massive, thunderous booms going off every couple of seconds as this golem is either stomping on things or driving its lightning blade into the ground and just exploding tents and cobblestone alike. What is your solution?
Well, first Moggen's going to mutter to himself, halflings are lucky, they said. It'd be easy, they said. And I'm going to use an object interaction to open my mystery box to see if there's anything at all that could possibly help me.
Okay. And opening that mystery box, I'm going to go ahead and see what is in the box. It looks like inside of this mystery box is a potion. That potion has a label on it. Do you read or speak Draconic?
Let me see. No.
Then, unfortunately, it seems that you are unable to identify the contents of this potion.
Well, at least it didn't blow up in my face.
Would you like to drink the potion?
I think what I'm gonna do is I'll pocket it, and with my bonus action, I'm gonna find some place to hide and kind of observe this golem. I just got here, and I feel queasy, so I'm not exactly in a hurry to shake its hand.
All right. So go ahead. That looks like 15 feet of movement. Go ahead and give me a stealth check as you use your cunning action to try and fade into the general chaos around you. And there is plenty of just destruction and distraction both in order to conceal yourself in. Let's see how well you do.
Is this with disadvantage because of the sickness?
It's actually going to equalize because it would be with advantage given the circumstances. So, didn't need it. That's going to be 5. So it seems that perhaps the sickness is getting the better of you at the moment, as even despite the just very favorable conditions with which to lose yourself, you're just forced to stumble and hold on one of the tent posts and for a second as you try and keep your stomach from just completely upturning itself. So that's only a bit of your movement and your bonus, though. You still have your full action. What would you like to do?
Okay. Well, the issue is I don't really have the context of what the adventurers are trying to accomplish. So Morgan is just kind of a bit confused and upset. And I think what I'll do... Can I attempt to hide again using my action? Is that a thing?
Yes, you can. You would want to ideally probably change locations, but that's I don't even think, strictly speaking, that's necessary.
Yeah. I mean, I'll move down a square for posterity's sake.
Okay, go ahead and give me another stealth check as you attempt to use your action to maybe make a better go of this. All right, 19. That is going to be much better, as now you sort of stagger out of the open, pushing off of one of the tent posts, and now taking shelter behind what is a massive piece of canvas cloth that has fallen and overlapped over what are otherwise kind of quickly sort of collapsing tent posts that are all falling inwards and obscuring both the goods and people inside the tent from outside view. This affords you plenty of cover, and if that is your turn, Morgan, it looks like the golem got into the initiative order there again somehow.
I should actually go next, I believe.
Yeah, after Morgan, it is going to be Invex, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. I have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
What does a Shield of the Night do?
I believe if you click on the button that is your bonus starting item, there's a brief description of what that magic item is. There should be, at least. Blackheart?
Oh, how do I measure the distance in Roll20 from one point to another?
There is a tool that looks like an upside down Q. It's the snap to center tool. It's third down or fourth down, and that one will allow you to measure distances. And then you can use the right click in order to create waypoints.
Okay, I see. So I'm like, I'm quite a ways away from this guy.
Certainly.
I'm like 170 feet. What is the range on a crossbow? A crossbow's range is 80 feet or 320 with disadvantage.
You already have disadvantage, so it can't get much worse.
That's true. I might as well just pop off a bolt. Are we tracking ammunition?
Yes, please.
Okay, where am I going to find that on my character sheet?
All of your characters are issued a quiver. It should be either 20 crossbow bolts or 20 arrows. It comes standard whenever you actually get a crossbow or a short bow.
It's underneath flaws, I think, because it's underneath flaws for me.
Mine says other resources, but doesn't have anything listed there.
You probably have 20.
Yeah, you have 20 to start, certainly.
Okay.
Whatever you want to use to track that is up to you. I think you can get a tracker pretty easily on your character sheet by just adding the item.
It's fine. I just put it in that box, so I'll just keep it there.
All right.
I might as well just pop off a bolt, but I don't think I want to get any closer to it. So I'm just going to pop off a bolt. And I guess that'll be my turn. Like I said, I've got a few active spells that I can use, but I don't know if we want to be fighting this thing at all.
So go ahead and give me that attack roll with disadvantage.
Pretty good rolls, though.
That is not bad. That 17 is actually going to be enough to hit this thing. as it is heavily armored. It's also, I mean, the size of a bell tower and pretty hard to miss, even at such a great distance. So go ahead and roll damage with that crossbow.
Oh, okay, I guess I have to do it manually.
If you click on the actual attack that you just made, the text that says light crossbow, you'll see it lights up as you mouse over it. Yeah, that'll just roll. And so you can actually just make different weapons or spell attacks or whatever you need using Roll20, and then it'll just and customize the dice. People can set up all kinds of critical attacks or like variant attacks. So
I got max damage.
yeah, not bad. As this crossbow bolt just pink sticks itself right into the gap between sort of the formed head and neck of this creature, where there are still more sparks of this energy that is left over, that it formed itself out of, kind of seething and crackling out of. And you see it kind of spits a spark in response, as if the tip of your bolt somehow disturbed the flow of this energy underneath. And you watch in terror as the golem's stone head swivels entirely in a 180-degree manner, and then its body follows behind it, and it begins to focus its attention on you, Invex.
I've made a grave mistake.
It wasn't supposed to hit! It wasn't supposed to!
Work.
So, Invex, that's your attack.
That's my attack. I could
have a
move.
bonus and a movement. What would you like to do?
Beat it out of the city.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to bait it. So I am going to move my movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Real quick, did you get my message on Roll20?
I'm responding to it right now.
So I'm going to move like here, and then I have a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have anything I can do as a bonus action, though.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's my turn. I don't think I have anything I can do as a bonus action, so I'm going to go ahead and say that's it.
All right. From there, Invex, we go to... That you were at the bottom. Okay, and then the golem. How did that? Did the golem get taken out of the turn order? I swear.
It's all the way
I think
down
so.
at
Okay,
the bottom.
oh no, it just got moved. There we go. It got bumped around. It's at the top. Invex is at the bottom. It is the golem's turn now, having acquired a new target. Seemingly, it is going to begin to stomp over towards our cleric companion. Let me check the movement there. So it's going to be...
That's a lot of movement.
Hold on.
Movement.
No. It can't move as far as I thought. There we go. It
thank
is going to have to get to here only, but instead it is going to now arc back the blade in its hand, forming it instead like a javelin, and attempt to just launch a massive spear of energy, as if 100 wizards casting lightning bolt at the same time. So go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw, Invex, as this massive spear of energy comes hurtling towards you.
Dex saving throw, got it. Okay, let's do it. Am I
I'm
still
sure
at
you'll be
disadvantage?
fine.
Yes, you are. No, your saves should not be at disadvantage. Your ability checks and your attack rolls are. But
Then I got a 14.
I distinctly made I made saves not at disadvantage coming out of the teleportation sickness, because I imagined that you could otherwise kind of abuse players coming into the game or put them into some kind of bad situations using like higher level magic or things like that. So
I got a 14 then.
Yep, is going to be enough Likely not to spare you from critical damage, but definitely enough to save your hide.
All those dice don't sound.
Much of the bolt's blast, of course, is sort of centered on, to draw a line here for the stream, the house. Oh, hold on. Let me also shift the stream so they can see what I'm looking at. This house that Invex is, or shop actually, this is a storefront and a grocer right here, that Invex is standing in front of, is going to just explode, and you're going to get caught in the debris and some of the static that is discharging from this explosion. Total of, it looks like 15 points of damage, Invex.
I take it. Yeah.
All right, that's your turn. And then, or that's its turn, rather, and it's your turn in the barrel. Then we go to Hugo Compar, our bard, who is just slightly north of this situation. Hugo, what are you doing? Hugo?
I'm going to use bardic inspiration on the monk.
Okay. I believe that should be possible. Is there a range on inspiration? I don't think so. It's just anyone in sight, right?
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, unfortunately.
I'm definitely not in
I was
sight.
going to say, yeah, there is no one within that distance.
Yeah.
Or at least the monk not within that distance.
There we go.
All right, Hugo. Instead, so I saw you shift your token there. You're moving. Are you, because the monk is out of range for inspiration, what are you going to be doing instead, if anything, with your turn? Were you trying to get that inspiration on the fighter instead?
I was trying to get it on someone to.
Because yeah, that's the fighter's token that's within 60 feet of you there.
Yeah, the fighter.
Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. The tokens can be a little hard to read. I'm likely going to invest in something that's a little bit brighter so the stream can see them a little easier in the future. That will be then going to Erithil. Erithil, you are also next and now benefiting from bardic inspiration. What would you like to do?
This is a stupid idea.
Only if it doesn't work out.
I'm going to pull out my longbow.
Okay.
And I'm going to fire at the golem, screaming, "Over here, you big dumb rock!" And under my breath saying, "This is a stupid idea."
All right. You are going to notch an arrow and let it fire nervously. Go ahead and give me that attack roll as you attempt to distract the golem.
Can we just like ping pong this guy? Because basically he came towards me right after I attacked it. So if we can get him to go back, you know.
I'll use that inspiration. How much is it?
That inspiration should be a D6, I believe, at this level.
Yes.
That is enough to break the golem's AC as you are able to drive an arrow into what is the equivalent of the small of its back, as for a moment a couple of the stones part and expose kind of this almost softer underbelly of energy that at least seems capable of being disturbed and affected, other than these just feet long, feet thick, like armor plating of stone that it pulled out of the ground. And it is going to do the job of getting the golem's attention as it now whips around and
Basically, is right now.
begins looking at you, Erithil. Go ahead and roll damage on that. See how much you are able to upset it. But it seems that all it takes is even daring to defy this thing is enough to earn its wrath.
Yeah, I think we can just ping pong this guy.
That's another attack roll. If you click the actual text that says longbow, that'll roll your damage. Oh, no. So, like, in the chat there, Pythias, if you click on the actual, like, underneath the 24 and the 150,
It's not set up
600.
properly.
Oh, it's not set up properly? So, in which case, if you want to go ahead and then just roll a d8 and add your dex. There we go. All right, 9 damage. Not bad. As another sort of static pop emerges from the interior of this golem, and you see it for a second kind of shake, but otherwise it goes without stagger or without losing any of its mass or slowing its momentum. So it's very hard to say whether or not this is going to have a lasting effect or if it's just merely getting its attention. But Pythias, that's just your attack. You haven't moved yet. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, with basically the idea right now is I'm trying to make it either jump or walk towards the hole, because if it jumps, you said that the rubble was loose, and I'm hoping that it'll fall.
All right.
And with that, I'm going to move backwards 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Nicely done, Erithil. From there we go to Warren of the Cracked Sky. Warren, I'm going to come find you down here in the southwest corner of this. But what would you like to do? You are watching as your companions are beginning to try and at least distract this thing and keeping it from going on just a full tilt rampage through the city. But to what end?
I'm going to run inside the monastery and try and find somebody who can possibly dispel magic or knows more about magical stuff.
Okay.
Inside.
Running inside the monastery, I'm going to go ahead and pull the roof off of that so that you can get a better idea of what is inside. As I'll move that to the GM layer. You enter in all of those tokens are on the GM layer. One moment. Layers, tokens. There we go. You enter inside of the monastery, temple rather, to the goddess Yanqua, the goddess of blessings, to find there is a crowd of people inside, having run in for safety and shelter from what is going on, both looking for some semblance of protection, both from the divine and also just from the actual gaze or wrath of that golem, hoping that the thick stone walls of this temple might be enough to dissuade it or prevent it from reducing it to rubble. The tokens that you're seeing on the map there in front of you are only partially representative of the throng that is filling out and filling into this temple with every passing moment. Then at the front of this, you see a priestess dressed in red robes and ensconced in a yellow and white aura, who seemingly is in a state of trance as she is busy working some sort of celestial and divine magic. Above her in the air, you can see these golden threads beginning to interweave themselves, and you're not sure exactly what ritual she's trying to conduct, but it seems like she's either trying to help these poor people or help this structure endure this terrible catastrophe. Taking this in quickly, this is obviously just kind of what it appears to be on the surface. Warren, what are you going to do?
Can I talk to the person in front of me and ask exactly what the priestess is trying to do?
You certainly can. Go ahead and how are you going to phrase that? I guess is my first question.
I'm just going to like whisper and ask, what is she trying to do right now?
Go ahead
and like calmly.
Yeah. Give me a persuasion check, not necessarily because one might find this so difficult a question to answer for you, but mostly just because I want to see how shooken up these people are. Yeah, excellent. So this person is going to, despite the panic, turn around and not just immediately flee from somebody and go, the priestess is, she's praying so that Yonqua might save us from the terrible creatures outside. It is through Yonqua's blessing that we managed to live on the rise despite its dangers, and it is through Yonqua that we will be able to persevere.
Can I do a religion check to see if I know more about the god?
Sure, but that will consume your turn, seeing as how you are not otherwise. About the goddess Yonqua, or about the
yes,
ritual?
About the goddess.
Go ahead and give me a religion check to see how much you. Very nice. You are apparently, as a monk and well studied in religious scriptures in your training, fairly familiar with Yonqua, as she is arguably the most prevalent goddess in all of Eidolon. Yonqua, the goddess of blessings, is seen as one of the most reciprocative goddesses, and actually actively answers the prayers of her parishioners, and is very strong in promoting her clergy's both real world and afterlife faith, so that her clerics usually are some of the most common that you see, whereas some of the other goddesses, despite whether or not they are evil or malign, just because they are unworshipped or forgotten, their clerics aren't that common. As such, your familiarity with Yonqua is one of that. Generally, most communities look towards their churches or their temples of Yonqua as places in which people come to worship a general good, and you would associate it with essentially law and order, and also kind-heartedness and generosity.
Okay. Is it possible for me to start praying to Yonqua to see if I can maybe pray to dispel the magic that's on the golem to try and stop it?
If you would like to, go ahead and give me, I'll just take a wisdom check from you as you try to involve yourself in the gathering of will that is taking place here. All right, very nice. That wisdom check is going to represent your ability to open your soul, essentially, to Yonqua and feel the currents of celestial energy that are gathering in this room as the goddess makes her presence known and starts sort of just teasing together the threads of fate that are present here in the parishioners in front of her, and drawing from that the power that they generate. hopefully, with the goddess's blessing and the priestess's dedication, maybe a stop can be brought to this. Warren, that's going to be your movement and the rest of your turn as you basically try and join these people in meditation and hymn. So, unless there's anything to add, we're going over to Morgan. All right.
I'm all good.
Okay,
Yep.
Morgan Mirrorfoot, what are you doing? You are well hidden and at a good time, as it seems that the golem is just north of you and just eager to smash to bits just about anything that it can find. So, what do you want to do?
All right. Well, given my guild department, would I be able to gain any insight into the structural integrity of this golem? Like, would I know if there's like a energy generator that I can destroy?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check as you attempt to survey this creature and try and get a read for both how it is generating its power source and maintaining it.
And this is with disadvantage because of sickness.
Yes, this will be with disadvantage because of sickness, unfortunately, as your brain is still cloudy. All right, Morgan, with a 5 in your Arcana, you are going to look at this thing and you know enough about constructs to know that any construct must be made with some sort of power source. It's just how they are. They're machines. There's no way to get around that. The thing that just occurs to you, it's the question that you can't answer, is that the power source for a construct like this, it must be immense. But also, if this thing formed out of the air, where is it? Without a higher Arcana, I'm not going to be able to answer you in terms of further insights as to where that power source might be. But at the time, it is at least an interesting question to pose. So, Morgan, that's your Arcana. What else do you want to do with your turn? I consider sort of knowledge checks like that more or less... in this case, I'll consider it a bonus action because you're not doing, like, intense work.
What's in my immediate... I went into this, like, tent structure. What is in here? Just in my immediate vicinity.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. As I had mentioned last round, all of the tent poles have begun to fall inwards, and so you've actually got like canvas kind of clinging to your shoulders. So while it does make it very easy for you to hide, it makes it kind of difficult to tell what else is in here. All right, with the 4 perception,
right.
You just kind of can't get the canvas off of yourself enough because every time you kind of struggle with it, it seems like the folds just wrap further and you leave it alone. But by looking down on the ground, it appears to probably be some sort of general wares stores. There appears to be carpet under feet, and you can see like knocked over like pots and urns and things that likely had at one point either valuables or goods in them that are just kind of strewn across the floor. You're walking on food in some places, it looks like. There's even like handfuls of copper and silver here and there. It's a mess.
Well, I will take a handful of silver for my trouble, and I'm going to back up 25 feet away from the giant stone man, as I do not have any good solutions at the moment.
All right,
but I will at least try to
pick up 3 silver out of that like just mess beneath you, and some of it looks like it's coated in something, and it's sticky. You're not even sure what it is. But go ahead and adjust your token. You said you're backing up.
So.
All right, Morgan, and if that's it, as you get out of the immediate range of this golem here, or at least its potential immediate range, unless you have anything else, I'm going to go over to the Drow Cleric Invex. Invex?
Okay, so my idea is I have command as a spell. I could try to cast command off, like to try and turn it off, because it has to have a power source, right? So usually when there's a power source, there's also an on and off switch. So I could try to command it to turn off. Otherwise, I'm just going to heal myself in my turn. How many people actually want me to try to do that approach versus just healing myself?
You can do whatever you feel is right.
Hey Google, stop destroying the town.
Or you could tell it to jump, and hopefully the ground shatters underneath it.
Do we really want to ruin the city more?
I don't think that's going to work. You can try it.
That's a big problem. The city's already been ruined a lot. Do you want to cause more damage?
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I think I'm just going to try it.
You're going to try the command?
It gets mad and squashes you flat.
Yeah, so let's see, where am I at? I am right over here. I am not in range to do it. I have to be within 60 feet. So I guess I'm going to move. I'm going to move down under this tent right here, and then I'm going to cast Cure Wounds to heal myself. And then I will try to get in range next turn to cast Command.
Alright, Invex, you are going to be able to summon the celestial magic of the goddess Yelkrin to begin patching your wounds. Go ahead and roll your healing, but I will pass it on to the golem at the top of the order if that's the end of your turn.
I believe it is. I'll just roll my healing.
Alright, thank you very much. We're going to go over to then, it looks like, the golem. So, having the option in front of it to either step directly into this massive hole or not, the golem is going to apparently show the sense to begin walking around it. But 1, 2, 3, 4. It is going to get about halfway here when you notice that its weight and the continued destruction of this area is having a long-term effect on the stability of this, and you are correct, Erithil, as the hole grows wider, and while the golem is not swallowed by it, you can see as its feet begin to actually sink into the crumbling earth and stone, and though it would otherwise be able to maybe advance and even step on the bard at this point, it is unable to finish its movement, being rather kind of stuck to the spot. It is going to be able to get a clear bead on you, though, Erithil, and arcing its blade back into the javelin position and hurling it forward towards you. I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw. Okay. That's a 14. Oh man, everyone is cutting it close. Because of the size of this thing and how easily it is telegraphed, it is fairly easy to get out of the actual bulk of its blast, and by hitting the deck you are able to see as most of it goes over the top of your head, but you are still affected by it. And Erithil, it looks like you're going to fry for a total of 18 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
I believe that drops you to 0.
Nope, because of second wind, I'm still alive.
Still alive. All right. Nicely done. However, not the same can be said about the building behind. As you follow the sort of trajectory of this over to the kind of lime green, yellow colored awning back here, and that building, the front of it, what looked to be perhaps a multi-story home and business setup, is just crumbling onto itself now. The roof collapsing onto the stones as they spill out into the street. And after the golem now, we go to Yugo Kampar. Yugo, our bard. This thing is maybe 20 feet away from you, looming up over you, its gaze seemingly fixed on the fighter beyond that you were able to help out moments ago. What do you want to do, Yugo?
I rolled max on my healing, by the way. I got 11 hit points.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you, though. I see our bard is fleeing. Yugo, it looks like you're using your movement. Are you doing anything else this turn? Yugo, are you talking and I can't hear you, or are you...
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm not used to push to talk.
Oh, no, I get it. And I'm just being overly paranoid because we had so many audio troubles earlier in the channel. I'm just like, oh, no, not again. Okay.
What is the range on Cure Wounds?
I believe Cure Wounds is a touch spell, if I remember
Cure Wounds
correctly.
is a touch spell, yeah. The only ranged one is Healing Word.
And that one's 60 feet?
Yep.
Yep. Look at me, I'm learning 5th edition.
All right.
Cure Wounds is a touch spell.
All right, then I got nothing.
Okay, so you moved 30 feet. You're gonna just hold your bonus and hold your action. Do you want to hold your action for anything?
No, I moved 60.
Oh, you moved 60. Okay, I didn't catch that. I only saw the second slide, I think. Excellent. Then the bard is bravely beating a tactical retreat and going then to Erithil, who is just slightly over to the west there by about 30 feet. Erithil, you've been scorched badly by this massive column of lightning that just hurled above your head and destroyed another building. You're alive, though, and that is something to be thankful for. What would you like to do?
Oh, it's my turn now?
Yes, it is.
I ran away.
Erithil?
Is that the horse cart to the north? Is that horse cart still alive?
That horse cart at this point has like kind of. Let me go ahead. I will adjust that on the map. Oh, it's on the object layer. There we go. That horse cart is basically over here now and wildly trying to prevent itself from overturning. The horses are going to be fine. It just looks like the axle in the center of this is likely to snap in half and the load in the back is going to spill out.
All right, I'm going to. I have a hand axe, so I'm going to go over to the horses, and I'm going to jump on one, and I'm going to cut whatever rope is tied to it, and I'm going to ride.
Okay. So with that, go ahead. If you're gonna jump on it, I'm gonna need an athletics, and I'm gonna need a handle animal, and that'll be your turn.
Alrighty.
The athletics is both for the jumping on the horse and also sprinting into this dangerous situation and not getting crushed over a turning wagon while also cutting this horse free. So that athletics is unfortunately going to put you in harm's way. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you attempt to now navigate. All right. Oh no.
I don't die from lightning javelin, but I died to a horse.
So the horse is not what kills you. It is unfortunately getting struck by the careening wagon, and you're gonna take. It's only a D8 of damage, but it looks like 6 points.
That knocks me unconscious.
That is all right. So our fighter is down. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a red dot just so he's a little more visible for everybody, and that. That is that. Arathil, you go down. Go ahead and give me a death saving throw, please. As in the world of Eidolon, as well as So You Think You Can Quest, I take death saving throws on the moment that you go to 0 hit points. Otherwise, we'd be here forever. All right, that's a success. So that does go into your favor. Hopefully, the otherwise robust fighter will be able to stabilize. But Arathil, we pass on then to Warren of the Cracked Sky. Warren, I'm cutting over to you now. You are watching as this ritual begins to advance, and more of this sort of celestial magic is starting to display itself, and the statue of Yonqua, which is fairly nondescript but just features the image of a woman in a cloak sort of looking down on all of her parishioners with open arms as if to bestow upon them her blessings, is starting to illuminate in front of you and take on an aura of its own. But past that, you don't see any other tangible effects that have begun to take place. What would you like to do with your turn as you are sort of looking at this scene unfold before you?
I'm gonna keep praying to the god, trying to get it to help and stop that magical stuff from happening.
All right. So, as you continue to pray, go ahead and give me another wisdom check to see exactly what you're able to evoke out of your concentrated will. All right. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Warren will be contributing this much to the ritual. Well, as much to the ritual this turn as she was the last. So, Warren, that is going to be your turn, though. However, you're free to kind of move a bit about this crowd, as you don't necessarily, like, you could change your position, but you're going to have to stay in this area if you'd like to sort of continue this.
I'll probably just move, like, to a bench and sit down on the corner bench.
All right. Trying to make yourself inconspicuous for the time being. We will then move on from Warren, if that's your turn, to one Moggan Mirrorfoot. Moggan, you are down here. You just scooped up a handful of illicitly gained... Oh, hold on. It's not snapping. Why aren't you snapping? There we go. You just scooped up a handful of illicitly gained silver. What do you want to do with it? Or what do you want to do with yourself so that you might be able to do something with it later?
All right, well, I'll pocket my sticky silver, and I'm just going to tell myself, all right, Morgan, it's all right. It's just a rampaging golem. I'm going to... Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah. I'm listening.
Yep.
I'm gonna dash over to this sort of striped green and orange looking tent thing and then continue to hide. I'm just gonna... Morgan's plan is to kind of bunny hop in the opposite direction of this thing, as, again, he has no context.
Okay.
I would not serve anybody.
All right, Bakken, if you're going to keep moving around and just trying to stay stay not dead. An admirable pursuit. We're gonna move on to Invex. Invex, you've managed to heal yourself quite prodigiously using Yelkrin's rather brutal form of celestial magic, but what are you going to do now? As it seems that the golem is beginning to get kind of mired up to its ankles in the increasingly destroyed city street beneath it that is crumbling into the substructures of sewers and past townships below.
I actually have a plan. So here's what we're
Ooh.
I am going to move my 30 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll move up to here or something.
Okay.
From here, I should be within 60 feet. I am.
You are.
So I cast Command Dance
Okay.
to try to force it to jump around and stomp heavily on the ground so that the ground beneath it crumbles.
Interesting. So, while your command of the golem seems to otherwise get brushed off, it does look like... Invex, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is 15.
Mm-hmm. All right. You are going to notice, instead of the golem dancing, as it seems to be able to resist whatever it is, a force of will that you're trying to exert onto its internal mechanisms of arcana, you do see a glint at the top of the church's bell tower, yet further west over the shoulder of the creature. I will zoom the stream out so that you can tell, but what I'm referring to is in fact actually, because there are yet more floors of the temple that you are in, Warren. It looks like somewhere right up here, several stories above, right in the church's bell tower, there's a flash of arcane energy for just a moment that you can detect that coincides with this golem being able to resist your magical command.
Can I, as a bonus action, just cry out, "There's something atop the tower"?
You certainly can. As a
So
bonus
that
action,
everyone-
if you'd
so that
like to
everyone
give
can
me
hear
a constitution check, I'll even let you do it at the top of your lungs and see how many people you're able to get to
That
hear
sounds
it.
great. I will do that.
The constitution check representing the bonus action and just the fact that you are emptying everything that you've got into trying to let people know. Okay, that's going to be a 7. Unfortunately,
Not great.
it looks like you find yourself getting drowned out in the otherwise just growing cacophony of the scene around you, Invex. But so that's your movement, that's your command. There's some wisdom gained here, and you've used your bonus, so that's going to be your economy.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's my turn.
All right. Golem's turn. It is definitely going to, having just been targeted by Invex and now realizing that there is a magic user that could pose some threat to this, the golem is going to attempt to free itself and move in your direction. 1, 2, 3. All right.
It was good playing with you guys.
The golem begins to head over, crushing the tent in front of it, and it is going to attempt to... Invex, what's your AC?
Oh, this is scary.
My AC is 17.
All right. Invex, that 17 is going to be enough to keep you safe for the time being, as the golem rolls a 2 on the dice. And its sword misses critical mass, but you are going to need to give me a dexterity saving throw, as it does carry with it an area of effect. All right. That is going to be a total of only 12 damage. And as it splits the ground, it is going to be able to attack one more time. And it looks like it's going to be fairly successful. So, Invex, that's going to drop you down immediately to 0 hit points. I could just tell by the way that this damage is going. Go ahead and give me your first death saving throw.
Protect me, Mr. Sloth.
Zoom the stream in.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I have a zodiac. I have the zodiac moon Karanok, and I was born under the unrepentant Hydra. So do I have to take damage in order for this effect to work, or can I come back to 1 HP instead
You
of...
have to take damage while you are in this state for this effect to work.
Okay, somebody stabbed me.
Yeah,
So
something has to otherwise either like fall on you, stab you, shock you. There has to be some sort of spark of basically like adrenaline in order to get you up and going. But that's your first death saving throw at a success. So Invex, for the time being, it looks like you've managed to draw the golem's attention for a single turn without being completely obliterated. This is one of the reasons that I don't use the massive damage rules in this game. The setting itself is going to be hard enough as it is that, like, if I was worried about every time somebody got knocked down from 20 health to 0, then no one would get anywhere.
yeah, I've been one shot twice already.
So, yeah, but also not really, because you're still alive.
Yeah, debatable.
All right, we go from the golem then to Yugo Kompar. Yugo.
I'm gonna move 40 feet over here, and then I will cast Cure Wounds on the fighter.
All right.
I'm bad with names.
No worries. Go ahead and roll that health. That's your movement. That's your action. You've still got your bonus left. Is there anything you'd like to do with that while we're awaiting the... Ooh, nice. 8 health points.
Nope.
Okay. So that's going to leave you here next to your companion. And so then at the start of your turn, Erithil, you are going to awake as you feel some presence that feels almost as if speaking to your soul directly manages to touch you and bring you back from the brink of death, once again clarifying reality into blistering detail as you are brought back into the scene of chaos and destruction here in the center of Hope's Rise.
As she comes back to consciousness, just goes, oh, no. I wished it was a nightmare.
Okay. Forced to face the day again. Erithil, what would you like to do?
As I come to consciousness, I'm just going to assess the battlefield, looking at everything right now, trying to find something that might be of assistance. Can I roll perception?
Right. You're going to have to narrow that down for me. What are you looking for assistance with exactly?
Like, is there a place where everybody's taking cover that I can possibly get to, because I am not looking good.
At the moment, so go ahead and give me that perception check, and we will see the results of it. All right. So, from what you can tell, basically every time the golem attacks one direction, it starts to kind of drive the crowd in another direction. Let's zoom out again here. And so if you follow, like, when it was attacking over here, everybody started fleeing this way. And then when it was attacking over here, people started fleeing this way. When it shot the bolt of lightning up above you, people started fleeing to the south. Because its last attack was against Invex over here, that means currently the momentum of the crowd is pushing this direction, towards the entrance of the temple where Warren is currently at, praying with the rest of the parishioners.
Alrighty then. Then with that, I'm going to get up, and I'm going to make as much distance from this golem as possible.
Okay.
I'm guessing getting up from prone takes half movement, right?
Yep, that's 15, and so you'll have 15 left. And then, are you making the dash action, or are you doing something else with your turn?
Nah, just dash.
Okay. Go ahead and slide your token as you would. I'm going to move it on over to Warren of the Cracked Sky. Warren, you are here in...
Or about anything, could I? About him yelling about what's on the top
Well,
of
there's
the...
always a... There's always a high enough perception check, what with natural 20s being real, so don't discount anything.
Could I possibly...
Yeah, if you'd like to roll perception.
check that on the area I'm in?
All right. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like you would have heard or seen anything.
I'm gonna keep praying since my character doesn't know.
Okay.
Lauren
As
doesn't know anything. She's just gonna...
you continue to pray, something curious begins to happen. The glow about the statue in front of you begins to change. It takes on, instead of the common sort of like yellow-white glow that is associated with the kind of like the higher realms of creation, and it starts taking on the oozing sort of purple, dark blue, black, inkish color that is known to be associated with the lower planes of existence, like the abyss and the hells. Some sort of foul magic is starting to creep into this ritual, and you can see there is a growing look of terror on the face of all of those gathered here as they start pointing towards the back of the room and just crying out generally that something is wrong. The priestess is just in the process of turning around and confronting this and seeing this blight begin to form. But this is also your turn, Warren. So, like, as this is playing out in real time, sort of what's your reaction to it?
Shit. I'm going to... I was going to get closer, but if the princess is just turning around and doesn't notice it, can I move back towards the staircase to kind of get a little bit behind the staircase?
Sure, certainly.
Would it be like right here? Is that behind it?
Yeah, that's in front of it, actually. The other, but if you want to kind of move your token like here, that would be underneath it / behind it.
Okay.
And I'll
Yeah,
just
I'm
know
just
that
gonna
you're
move
under the
there.
stairs, not on top of them.
I'm just hiding for a minute.
All right.
Looking.
That's a little bit of your movement, and you just used a perception, so you've still got some economy if you'd like to use it with, if you'd like to make any specific checks at this time. But otherwise, I'll move on.
Oh, jeez. Can I check to see if the priest is deceiving or anything. If they don't have any knowledge of what's going on, if they're the one that are causing it.
Go ahead and give me an insight check. You don't know, unfortunately. Everything in front of you appears genuine.
Okay.
All right. From there, we move on to Morgan Mirrorfoot. Morgan, I'm going to join you down here. What are you doing?
Well, Morgan, again, is still unsure what to do. At this point, he is focusing on just getting to the church. It seems like the most sound structure. And he still hasn't run into any of the guildmates. He's assuming that the ones at the feet of this golem are a couple of them, but if they live...
All right. Morgan, so are you going to just make a full tilt dash, double dash movement and do the 120 feet? Or, no, 90 feet. Math.
I think it... Yeah. Sure. Hold on. Let me see where
So
I
you're a
can get to.
halfling, so that would be 75.
I'm going to go to the south side of that hedge here. You'll see when I measure.
Okay. Oh, that one. I see where you're going. Gotcha. All right, doing the infamous triple movement rogue turn, you are going to just nimbly make your way across the cobblestones, ducking under passers-by and weaving in and out of falling objects and just merchants who are losing their minds trying to rapidly either get on horses or get their goods onto horses or get the horses onto the wagons or get the wagons onto the horses. Morgan, you pull up right by that hedge and are able to kind of get a better view as more and more people begin to still pile into the temple at this point, not having quite realized what Warren has seen moments ago. But Morgan, that is going to be your turn, unfortunately, and we go now to Invex. Invex, go ahead and give me a death saving throw as you lie here waiting, hopefully, for damage to come your way and spark you back to life.
Either damage or healing, one of the two.
Yeah, it'll do the trick at this point. All right, that's another successful death saving throw, so that also might just be enough to stabilize you. But Invex, that's going to be over to the golem now. This golem is going to, given the situation, it hasn't been attacked recently by anything, so it's actually going to continue to smash in this direction. Let me double check. Yes. Okay, so it's going to take a northeast attempt and move some of its movement, trample over these hedges and tents. I'm going to move the stream over so everyone can tell what I'm talking about. And then it's going to begin sending a couple of sword strokes into the pavement and start just brutally destroying the ground here, and as well also more civilians and passersby. But that is going to be enough to trigger the 1 HP damage on your Hydra, as you are going to be within the blast radius of this.
Okay, I go back to 1 HP.
Yep. And that is the golem's turn for the time being as it continues to run amok. Then we go to the bard, Hugo. Hugo, having just maybe saved the life of your fighter friend, and now left here with these panicking horses and overturned wagon, what direction are you going to head in? All right. Taking the double movement, it looks like...
Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm going to head towards the temple and see if there's any way I can aid the villagers in calming down.
All right. And you go running off towards the center of where it looks to be all of the new commotion is coming from, and hoping to prevent some sort of stampede or similarly violent outbreak as people begin to panic. Arithil, you are up. Arithil?
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep running towards that the temple, but I'm gonna use my action to kind of look at it as I'm running towards it.
Okay.
See if there's anything going on with it.
Go ahead and give me a perception as you attempt to get a better look at this thing. Unfortunately, with that, all you're going to see is the outside of it. It's a couple stories tall, and then it has a bell tower / steeple that goes up like about 2 stories more. And it looks like there might be somebody up there, maybe. You can see a silhouette of some kind, but there's almost no discernible features at this distance, especially with the fog and the mist still having kind of gathered in this place here above the building tops.
Can't believe I rolled the same thing.
All right.
And with that, I'm just gonna move.
All right. If you're moving, then I will go ahead and pass it on over to Warren of the Cracked Sky. Warren, it is your turn. You are here watching everything unfold as the scene has progressed, and now things are starting to get a little bit more dire. The statue has started to crumble and fall apart, and the golden light that was emanating is all but entirely snuffed out. Instead, you see from the sort of just dark ink-like substance that has begun to pour forth from this effigy that it is starting to take the shape of what looks to be a grossly disformed humanoid of some kind. And though it is not fully formed, it seems though by the end of your turn, whatever it is that is emerging from almost the pores of this stone statue is going to be in full effect. Do you wish to remain? Are you curious? Or shall you flee?
Is it starting to move? They're just limbs and stuff starting to move off the wall?
It's not starting to move, but it is starting to get coated in in this dark pitch, and it is starting to fall apart.
Oh. Okay. What is the priestess doing? Are they just standing there still?
They are, at this point, having whipped around.
Anybody moving?
They are desperately trying to essentially prevent this from happening as they're trying to invoke words of power and command back whatever dark force it is that is seemingly taking a hold here in this Church of Yonqua, but it doesn't look like the priestess's commands are having any effect or really slowing this down.
Make a perception to see if the power is just coming from there, or if it's coming from some other place.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check. So it seems as if this, wherever it's emerging from, is almost what was the second one for? Or is that just a misclick?
It twice.
Oh,
yeah,
no worries.
it clicked it twice.
It seems as if it's almost bubbling up out of the ground, like the altar itself that the statue is on is where all of this is sort of forming and emanating from.
back up a little bit. I'm going to probably go on stairs a little bit.
You're gonna go upstairs?
Can you see something from the stairs? Is there like a wall in there?
Sorry, I'm getting some static from you. Kind of, you're cutting out.
Yeah.
Are you aware of something that might be causing that, or do you just need to maybe reconnect to Discord real quick?
Am I okay? Is it good now?
Hold on. I think it just clicked in at the end there. Say something else. Okay, Warren, go ahead and reconnect. We'll see where that goes. It sounds like it's the kind of static that... Yeah, hi there.
Is it good now?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, yeah, it just happens. And I thought it was going to go away on its own, so I hesitated to say anything, but it persisted. So, yeah, the terrible evil sludge seems to be bubbling up out of the altar. And if you head upstairs, it looks like there's an open area up above that kind of looks down on this area of pews. And then from there, the stairs start heading up further into the steeple tower.
Area that I can look down upon it, because I don't want to leave. I just want to be kind of away.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm grabbing it off of the GM layer right now. I'm going to go ahead and... So, there's not a super elegant way to do this, but I'll put it onto the map layer. This is essentially what the upper level of that looks like. So, Warren, there you go. That should kind of explain your options mobility-wise to you. Where do you want to be?
Like, just at the top of it.
Okay.
So I can get back down easily.
You got to keep an eye on those exit strategies. All right, Warren, if that's going to be your turn, we'll go over to Morgan, who is just outside the cathedral proper, actually.
Okay. Well, Morgan's probably thinking to get some high ground before trying to take pot shots at it, so we're just going to keep doing the all-time favorite of double dashing and try to get inside of this church, being blissfully unaware of demonic ichor.
All right, Morgan, go ahead and... That's 75 feet. I see the measurement. As you head into the sort of entrance area there that is now being obscured by that second level of shingle, you can see that there is some hesitance in the crowd as they're starting to kind of pull back, and what was people filing in are now starting to kind of come to a standstill, as it's not a perception check to even look forward at this point and see that the source of everyone's cries and pointing is what is this increasingly terrifying image of this deformed and warped statue just beginning to bubble forth with something that smells as vile as it looks.
If I make it out of this alive, I am going to punch Gary in the mouth. I knew I shouldn't have come today.
All right, Morgan. Taking everything in stride, we're then going over to Invex. Invex, you have just started to life. You've got 1 hit point, and the golem is maybe 10 feet away from you. It could breathe too hard, and you might fall over. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it is... It's like 20 feet away. So, I have basically 2 options, I think. I can just run away towards the chapel as fast as I can and just like try to shout again about get to the top of the chapel, there's something going on up there. or I could try to cast Command Dance again. I don't know what I want to do though. I think I'm just gonna run away and maybe use my last spell slot on another Cure Wounds.
Okay. Is that the option?
I don't know. I kind of want some input from the other players, honestly. But
You could
I mean-
command it to flee, and then it falls in the hole. That's a possibility, because I think with that specific command, that has to use its like full movement to run away in the opposite direction.
It does. Command is how you got knocked in the first place. So
Yeah.
well,
I mean,
I've been knocked a couple of times. One was crossbow bolt, one was command. So I don't know. I think I'm just gonna run and try to tell people to go up to the top of the chapel. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
All right.
So I am gonna go 30 feet, and I don't really have like a good like.
Who has the holy hand grenade?
I'm gonna go over here, and that's 30 feet, and I'm gonna cast my last spell, which is Cure Wounds, and try and heal a little bit, I guess.
Okay, cure those wounds as Yelkrin is going to once again serve as your font of power for the time being. You roll that HP while also your running and crying is going to allow for everybody else to essentially attempt to hear these things that you are shouting out. So everybody else, give me perception checks.
I actually rolled the wrong die. I rolled a d6 instead of a d8, so I'll roll it one more time, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Go ahead. And perception. Oh man, that disadvantage is really setting in. Oh, oof.
Yeah, Moggen can't do a whole lot this combat.
All right.
Wait, you say perception for
Yeah.
everyone?
Perception based on Invex is now running and shouting actively to telling everyone that there's something at the top of that temple's tower.
Do you want me to make a Constitution roll again?
At this point, I'm not going to do it because you're not actually using your bonus action for it, so you're not putting your...
Well, I would be, because I'm still casting a spell.
Oh,
right?
okay, if you're actually... Oh, in which case, yes, please do.
Okay, I will.
And that will modify things accordingly. Assuming that it goes well, unlike last time where, it didn't turn out that well. Go ahead and give me that Constitution check to see exactly how much lung capacity you're able to squeeze out of yourself. 12. That's not bad. As you
Very average. Yeah.
By 5th edition, it's above average. You're able to scream quite loudly, and that is going to, for the time being, that's going to neutralize the disadvantage that your companions are rolling with. However, it looks like based on the way the rolls played out, that doesn't look like it's going to matter anyway. Everyone's first roll is oof. So it looks like I don't think anybody except Warren is going to hear you coming through the open second story window. Warren, your training in both the arts of war and also the arts of meditation have made your ears keen, and you can hear a voice calling through the din, bellowing with all of its effort that there is something space, top of space, cathedral. And you're unsure of exactly what they're referring to, but there are stairs further ahead of you leading up. And then from there, Invex, if you've moved, you've bonused with your constitution and you've healed yourself so that you're not effectively dying. Congratulations, by the way. That's going to be your whole turn, and we're going to go top the order to the Golem. And as the Golem continues to rampage off into the other direction at this point, I am also going to temporarily pull us out of combat, as it seems that our characters, for the time being, are going to be solely away from its attention. If any of you attack the damn thing, it's going to immediately begin trying to probably smash you into small bits. But without anything else to distract it, you are going to have a tense moment with which to try and regroup as the effigy inside of the Temple of Yonghua begins to further corrupt itself and decay. So I ask you all to consider what you will do with your actions as combat sort of subsides for a moment, or at least takes a backseat to the way that everything is playing out. And we are over the 2-hour mark. I went a little bit further this time just because we obviously had that late start with all of the audio problems in the beginning. I'm going to take a quick 5-10 minute break with the rest of our contestants so that everybody has a chance to use the restroom, get a quick snack, have a drink of water, and then we will pick back up at where we left off, and our group will be able to kind of finesse this problem in a bit more real time now that the turn order has broken down. And we will see exactly what is to come of this golem and this corrupting effigy and this mysterious figure at the top of the bell tower. All of this and more on the second half of So You Think You Can Quest. And don't forget, there's also the daily prize to be awarded, so you'll want to stick around and find out who it is that is getting that. So, in the meantime, I don't have anything else to say. We're just going to switch over to a quick production card and allow our players a chance to breathe. Thank you so much for joining us, and everybody who's still with us after that debacle at the beginning of the evening. I'm going to do my best to figure out what that was about, but I think, honestly, it might have just been Discord being strange. So, without further ado, see you in 5 to 10, folks. Hello. If you're hearing this, it's likely because you're not watching this live on Sunday or Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time at the Twitch channel below this video, where you could be a part of the action as a contestant or a viewer and a fan. Lead the adventurers astray or help them out with tactical advice looked up in a hurry that they can't otherwise access because they're too put on the spot by the blinding stress of the situation, of the fact that they're competing for money and precious stones and glory eternal and the right to return and show the internet that they are the truest of adventurers. And you could mess with that. Doesn't that sound fun? And welcome back to So You Think You Can Quest, the online live-streamed Dungeons & Dragons-based game show with real cash prizes and precious stones. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, and our contestants have just managed to escape the immediate stomping ground of a stories-high stone golem wielding a lightning blade, attempting to cause what looks to be just maximum havoc on the township after having moments ago also repelled or defeated some other being made out of pure energy that the players have yet to begin to understand. But in the meantime, it appears that there has been a flash atop the bell tower in the cathedral to the goddess Yonghua. And while it seems that the ritual inside of the cathedral is going quite sideways, and it turns out that there's some sort of corrupting force at work, the players begin to suspect that whatever it is controlling or summoning this stone golem may be located nearby on the tower up above. Now, we left off by breaking out of initiative as the players are no longer really threatened in mass and are able to sort of just flee with the rest of the panicked masses as you can see some 100, 200 feet away. The golem continues to just wreck waist high through buildings and shop fronts alike, using its lightning to just obliterate streets. You can hear the cries and dismays of the townsfolk, as well as the constant just cracking of rock breaking in half. I'm going to start off this discussion really quick with Warren, because everyone is kind of converging on your location and you're already there, so that gives you kind of the most reaction time in the way all of this plays out. But with that, you can take it away. What are you doing as you attempt to kind of make sense of this intensely chaotic scene?
Sorry, is my voice lagging still?
I think you're good.
I was Rose back at the bottom.
Okay.
Now
Hearing
it's just went
lag.
what
robot.
was going on up top. I might have to restart.
No worries. I only caught half of that.
Controlling the golem.
While Warren is reconnecting and making sure that there's appropriate audio fidelity, what is everybody else doing as they're running towards the entrance to this temple? I mean, if it's anything other than running, I'm just giving you a chance to fill in your time.
I have no more spell slots, so I actually just want to be running towards the temple.
Okay.
I am going to pull out arrow, and I'm going to pull out some hempen rope, and I'm going to tie the rope to the arrow, and I'm going to try and launch the arrow onto the roof so I can climb up.
All right. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand, Morgan, who I noticed you're inside the cathedral. Your token is for the moment. I'm going to shift you to the outside, as all of the players have yet to sort of converge. But you are definitely the closest to it.
That's
So,
a 12.
12. That's going to be enough to get a firm enough knot on the arrow, if maybe a little clumsy, but it shouldn't affect the firing of it too much. And how are you going to try? You're just going to fire this up on onto the roof and hope that it sticks?
Yeah. Should I roll attack?
Yes, please. Okay, with the 15, you are going to be able to... Oh, Morgan, you are still at disadvantage, unfortunately. And it looks like everyone's dropping out of webcam. We can address that as it's happening. I'm just wondering if Discord is having some problems. But yeah, so Morgan, go ahead and give me another longbow attack. And also another sleight of hand roll. As we will have to see which one...
Morgan?
No, this is the, what was her name?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
If it's... Oh, it's... I was looking at the wrong tile then. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arathil. So with that, you don't have disadvantage. That 15 is going to be plenty. And you'll be able to actually get it into the slope of the roof itself. So it looks like the arrow is going to hold. Are you going to attempt to try and use it to climb?
I am going to attempt to climb.
All right. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. I see that it looks like Warren has rejoined us in webcam. I'm going to go ahead and move the frames back into place.
My rolls are getting better.
It looks like our rogue has unfortunately... There we go.
Huh? What's going on?
Oh, your webcam? Are you down for the night with that, or are you
Yeah.
gonna? Are you?
Oh, is it not on?
Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't appear to be. There we go.
Okay.
All
I,
right,
I didn't even realize it was off.
it's fine. I was like, because of the shuffle, I wasn't sure how I was gonna have to do that. All right. So with that 15 athletics, you're going to begin scaling up the side of this building. It's slow going as you have to make sure not to put too much of your body weight onto this arrow at any one time. Otherwise, it will probably pull free from its perch. But by using handholds and then the rope to keep your weight dispersed, it looks like you're going to be able to make it up onto the roof itself. While this is happening, Arathil, Morgan and Hugo and Invex, you've all sort of begun to converge at the doors of this church. And Warren, now that your mic is fixed, what were you intending to do?
I was going to tell the rogue about the situation that was happening since I don't believe they heard anything beforehand, and tell them we should start walking up the staircase.
All right.
So, up there. Got it. Whew.
I moved my mini to the front of the church.
Absolutely. I see that. All right. As you get to the church, it is going to be basically seconds too late for Morgan and your companion Warren to see you as they both begin sort of charging up towards the stairs that are leading to the higher point in this cathedral, hoping to figure out what might be going on or at least put a stop to it. But that is not going to really matter to you as you come around the corner and see the massive, disfigured, bile-spewing effigy that is just beginning to wrap itself in what are now these like kind of dripping tentacles and almost sort of spine-like burrs that begin emerging from the muck, like as if almost some kind of just amoeba or fungus-like creature just reaching out into the air, trying to grab a hold of anything around it. At this point, the priestess who is standing in front of that is beginning to back away, understandably, as it seems that her chanting is having no effect on stopping this thing from manifesting in her place of worship. And showing at least some hubris, she is starting to back panickedly into the crowd, as you can now hear a faint and terrible muck-like voice kind of begin to burp forth into the air. It begins as it's this sort of distorted just guttural language, and you think that there's common in there somewhere, but you're gonna have to stop and listen. That you're climbing the roof.
I would like to listen.
Okay. We've got one climbing up to the roof. We've got two headed up the stairs. The only one that we do not have a current plan of action for is Hugo. Hugo Compar, you're basically coming around the corner behind the drow, maybe 20, 30 feet at most. Likely you two would sort of be just arriving at about the same time to sort of see this happening. So both of you are welcome to react to this.
I'll take a step back in shock as I witness this abomination seep up out of the floor.
Okay.
And as I look on, I shake my head in disbelief, wondering how in Varus's name something this horrific could have ever come to exist.
All right. And sure enough, as you take that step back, and your cleric friend almost takes the step forward and cranes their ear to hear what this effigy might have to say. It begins burbling once more, and finally, after hacking and coughing through just these stuttered words, it manages to find some semblance of common amongst its tar, and it says, "You are all going to die. Slurgia will claim what is hers."
Aw, so adorable.
No, you are not as strong as Jelkrin. And I would like to try to turn undead.
Okay. Go ahead. And as you attempt to turn undead, you find that it has no effect, as the creature in front of you is not undying. Instead, your sort of magical sense, as the pervading force of your goddess washes over and collides with the massive corrupted effigy in front of it, you get a sense instead that this is a similar manifestation of a goddess's will. Likely, judging by its claim and its formation, that of the goddess Slurgia.
I ask Jelkrin for strength.
Okay.
And seeing that my turning undead has no effect, I do back away.
All right.
I want to instead go up the staircase to try and get to the top of the chapel.
All right. Noted. And around this time, our fighter companion is going to be making it up onto the roof. So you're going to then see, it looks like the tower structure itself rises another couple, about 20 feet from the highest point of the roof. You're going to have to basically run up these shingles and then climb another 15, 20 feet. So I'm going to be looking for an athletics check.
Got it.
I will also accept acrobatics in this instance, depending on which you might feel more comfortable with.
I'll go with acrobatics.
Oh, a little bit of lag there. But it looks like the first roll was a 21, which is going to be enough to certainly see you carefully across the actual shingles of the roof without losing your footing and falling backwards, and you're going to begin climbing rapidly. As you get close to the base of this tower, as it rises from the peak of the roof, you're going to be able to look up and see an individual wearing what it is a fairly nondescript blue robe that is long enough to cover their face and most of their figure in a way that it's impossible to really get any identifying details at this distance. But I'm going to then also cut from that, while it is in a state of motion, to our rogue and our monk as they are beginning to make their way up into the stairway that winds to the tower, to the top of the bell tower. That is not the correct one. Where is the... There we go. Move that to the... And as you begin to spiral up that staircase in front of you, I'm going to need both of you to give me dexterity saving throws. All right. So as you're heading up this staircase, which seems to just kind of wind around itself, you get about 12, maybe 10 steps past where you can see the actual base of it, and one of the stairs that you trust your weight to sinks in and reveals a pressure plate that must be part of some sophisticated mechanism as a hole in the wall opens and you see a nasty trident extend itself, the tips of its spears glistening with what looks to be some kind of vicious poison, as it also fills the air with kind of this rank, foul smell. And it looks like our rogue is going to be fine in avoiding it, but our monk is going to give me a constitution saving throw now, having been nicked by the trident and also taking a total of only, it looks like, 5 damage. All right, with that 8, you are going to find yourself slowed, and though you do not take any additional damage or stat points reduction, you are going to now have half movement and disadvantage on future dexterity saving throws for at least the next couple of minutes, maybe hour. It's hard to tell as this poison begins to kind of work its way into your body. You, being slowed, are going to look ahead as your rogue companion is now going to either be able to gain in you in speed or have to slow down to match pace with you.
I'm just gonna yell, just keep going. I'll be behind.
Are you sure, Longshanks?
Yes, just go. We have to get that person on the top of the tower.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look for traps on the way. It's no use in us getting up there as 2 corpses, and I will move more. Still hurriedly, but like a little bit more tentative. I'd rather not set off 5 more pressure plates or what other nasties.
Go ahead
might
and
be up
give
here.
me a perception check as you attempt to kind of see any other possible hazards that lay in front of you. All right, I see that 14. That is going to be enough to spot a couple more, like, sort of obvious things as you go by. Places where the brick and mortar have been just clearly replaced freshly, and also the stones aren't of the same color or work in any way as the rest of this building, as well as another one of the steps that has been replaced and also fitted with a pressure point. You do not know what these traps might yield as you sort of duck carefully around them as if not to upset their mechanisms. But with that 14 perception, as you continue to make your way up to the top, you are going to miss one more of those traps, and I am going to need you to make a final dex saving throw to try and reach the top of this and burst into the bell tower. All right.
Nope.
As you get to the top and you go to throw open the door, you reach out and you, to your horror, see as the door seems to almost move in response to your presence, attempting to grab a hold of its handle, and the handle shifts over to another side so that your hand just grabs nothing but wood and scrabbles at it. And as this also happens, you are going to sort of be struck by what is a hammer that is going to attempt to knock you down the stairs that you've come up. You're going to take a total of, it's going to be 7 points of damage from this hammer emerging from the ceiling to strike you in the chest and send you reeling backwards. That is, with the dex saving throw, going to send you into the stairway, but with the monk behind you, you're not going to be sent tumbling all the way down. You'll have another chance to just sort of recover yourself.
I do one thing I would have done on the way up when I noticed the traps, I'm gonna call out to the monk X marks the spot, and I'm gonna put like, you know what? I'm gonna, instead scratch that. I'm going to put one of the sticky silver pieces on each of the pressure plates.
You will be welcome to do that in the future, but due to the nature of So You Think You Can Quest's competitive sort of setup, you'll have to specify those actions as they're happening. We cannot allow sort of retroactive. I gave you space between getting up to the stairs, and to.
I could see you dodging them, anyways.
Yeah.
I wasn't too far behind.
Not being too far behind,
considering going because he was going lower.
Go ahead and give me a perception. Or actually, what is your passive perception would be a better question there.
It's a 12.
12, all right. Then I would say, then I will ask for a perception roll. As you would sort of notice your companion not being too far behind him, taking extra precaution as they were moving up ahead. So with that, you'd get the idea that you should be sort of studying this environment.
Should I do one now?
Yeah. Yes, please. All right. Oh, that's so... But that is not going to be enough to avoid the traps, however, as you are a little misled in your observations trying to figure out where they might lie. And the first one, the one behind the freshly patched over stonework, is going to be a rope trap that is going to attempt to grab you basically by and ensnare you and pull you into it, as there seems to be a weighted winch on the other side of it. So give me a dexterity saving throw as bursting through this stone seems to be a cable bent on grabbing a hold. That 14 is exactly what you needed as you duck the cable and are not bound to the spot. And then finally, you are going to get another perception then at that point to try and spot the stone, the step that's nearby.
You move forward and you're like, well, the rogue made it look so easy. So you step in there with so much confidence.
Pretty much.
So
pretty much.
the monk, trusting her lightning reflexes to steward her through this, you are then going to move from the binding winch trap into stepping on another one of these stones, and this one is going to just give way, and it seems that there is a blade set to try and take your foot off. Go ahead and give me another dexterity saving throw as you try and maneuver through this. Nicely done. This save was much higher and also much more dangerous. So that 19 is going to get you out, and you will take no damage as a result of it, and also keep your entire foot attached to your body. This is at the same time that the rogue is going to come tumbling down the stairs, basically, having failed their dexterity saving throw. And the two of you are going to be able to right yourselves without having to make a check for it. The rogue doesn't have that much momentum behind him in his fall.
You're just like, don't
Thank
worry.
goodness.
I got the traps, and you're just activating them all.
I got all the traps. Don't worry about it.
I mean, better you than me, because I would definitely step on all of them.
At this time, we then move over to the fighter, who is scaling their way up to the top of the bell tower to try and confront this cloaked individual. Obviously, you having seen them and, what with them being less than 20 feet away, I'm not holding you to the fact that you're, now pulling yourself up over the lip of the bell tower's balcony. You're welcome to approach this in a different way if you would like.
Well, first, Arathil will look over the building and just kind of look over towards the giant golem that's rampaging through town and just be like, well, at least he's not our problem now. And she's going to look over to this figure. And And she just thinks to her mind, yeah, this is stupid. And she just rushes the figure and is going to try and tackle this figure off of the building.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an athletics check as you come up and over the edge of this balcony. And rather than take a pot shot with your longbow or any other, just gonna give it the old running
Yikes.
tackle. And in a near miss, you are going to come very close to catching this figure by surprise. Being fleet of foot and charging across the planks of this bell tower's floor, they hear the squeaking and turn. And as your approach is foiled, they manage to just spin to the side, showing an immense amount of dexterity and whipping their cloak with them behind. You are unable to grab a hold of them. And with the 19 athletics, you're also not then going to go over the side of the building, but you've grabbed nothing but thin air at this point. And I'm going to ask you to make a quick initiative roll as you are now in combat. Actually, I'll take initiative from everybody at this point because things are going to get probably a little bit more structured. Nicely done with the 20 initiative.
Another natural 20 from somebody else.
And both of you have 16 decks, so you guys
Nope.
actually have to roll off to see who gets the higher initiative.
No, I don't. I have disadvantage from sickness.
Oh, no. Oh, great. So that 20 stands. I'm going to get out the turn tracker. I'm not 100% sure how much we are going to need this.
Oh, wait, I'm on disadvantage, aren't I?
You are on not for initiative, though.
Oh, okay.
Ironically, you're slowed and you have disadvantage on dexterity, but the initiative is not affected. It's one of those checks in 5e that's kind of governed, is unique in that way.
I mean, it makes kind of sense. Like, initiative can also mean your awareness of your surroundings, so it doesn't necessarily represent...
Right, it can be timing more than speed.
Yeah, or like even your strategic understanding of the situation.
All right. Then it looks like top of the order, though, is going to go to our fighter, and our fighter is definitely going to roll a better initiative than their, mysterious hooded figure in front of them, who I am going to go ahead and I'm transferring over to the belfry, I'm going to be putting it on the map here in just a second. But you are top of the order, fighter. What would you like to do?
I'm going to pull out my scimitar. Is that what I have? Yeah, my scimitar.
Whoa, Pythias.
I don't know why I did that.
There we go. All right, then
I'm going to use my scimitar, and I'm going to... Oh yeah, it's only level 2.
That is so many rolls.
I don't know why it did that so many times.
That's crazy.
I guess it's because I have keybind as enter.
I bet. Yeah, that's probably what happened. You're gonna pull out your scimitar and then attack. Is that the idea?
Yep.
All right, so that's the scimitar attack. There we go. All I saw was acrobatics there. I was like, you're flipping around, and all right, with that 7 damage, with the 20 that is going to hit. The 7 damage is going to tear at their cloak and reveal underneath what looks to be, at first sight, is a rather slender humanoid. Their shape belies that of probably an elf, or maybe a half-elf, but it's hard to tell, and their leathers underneath the cloak otherwise kind of make it difficult to discern much past that at this time. So that's 7 slashing accomplished. You've made your attack. Anything else you want to do with your turn as far as movement or bonus is concerned?
I'm going to look at this figure and just say, "Who are you and what do you want here?" And I'm going to see if I can reach for that trap door and open it.
Okay. I'm going to grab your token. There we go. And get you onto the bell tower there. And we have Warren, who is behind our rogue. Yeah, who's basically... I'm just stashing you there for the sake of getting everybody on the same. And then I will use this token, looks good, for our mysterious blue-cloaked stranger. So, as you try to get this person to engage with you, is this an intimidate? Are you trying to tell them, like, that otherwise I will visit upon you harm, or are you like trying to implore, like get this person to perhaps spill the beans?
I'm trying to implore and try and buy time, at least.
All right, then we'll make that a deception as you sort of try and misrepresent, or at least get them off balance so that they are willing to maybe share some of the more nefarious details of their plot. All right, 6. With that, it seems like this person's pretty stoic. They're not going to take the bait. And underneath the sort of dark shadow of their cloak's cowl, you just hear them say in a voice that sounds augmented and magically distorted, as if to disguise its origin. "Leave hope's rise. Leave it and never return. Doom will come to those who investigate or find anything that is buried beneath this town. Your guild is not wanted here. We have our own." And with that, that's going to be pretty much that person's response to your deception without getting into a long-form conversation, because this is combat. And based on where everybody else is at in this, essentially, we're going to be looking at our bard and our thief, who are kind of working in the next bracket of initiative. And I bring them both up because neither one of you were there. So what are you two doing during your turn? I'll start with the thief, I believe, is higher. So Morgan, what are you doing with your initiative?
I'm assuming I can hear this conversation, at least the echoes of it, since it's kind of booming.
You can hear the echoes, and then with that, if you'd like to give a perception check, you're more than welcome to.
I'm not going to tune in too hard. I'm going to kind of look back at, I don't know what Warren's character's name is, but I'm going to kind of put my finger to my lips like, shh, to kind of signal them that maybe we should try to get the jump on this guy. And I'm going to attempt to kind of creep up the stairs.
Warren's character's name is Warren.
Is it really? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my character.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
I the way that all of this is set up is I really don't know, like, I don't know most of anybody's real name. I'm happy to refer to everybody as either your screen name or your character name only.
Okay. Well, in either case, I'm going to signal that we should probably get the jump on this guy, and I'm going to creep down, and I'm going to look back and say, "This time, follow where I step." And I'm going to deliberately, like, sneak up the stairs and leave a trail of not pressure plates.
Okay, during this time, our bard, Hugo Compar, you are also welcome to move about the cabin. What are you trying to do as you watch what looks to be this emergent effigy of Slurgia begin to spew doom and otherwise dismay onto the crowd in front of her, both kind of literally and figuratively, as just burbling pitch continues to just kind of bubble up out of this creature, well, out of this stone statue's mouth. Yeah, what are you doing? Push to talk?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm going to go in and see if I can't play a soothing melody to try and relax everyone.
All right, go ahead and give me a performance check as you attempt to try and at least add a little bit of levity to this mood and show that not all forces of good can be conquered by the dark. That's a 16 performance. That is going to substantially aid to some people's mood. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough to quell the panic, however. It does get the attention of the priestess. I'm going to move her down and this over there so that everything is a little bit more visible. Who is standing in front of this statue, and she is going to spin around and see you beginning to try and offer what you can to this crowd, and make a motion as if to encourage you to step forward.
I approached the priestess at the front of the hall.
Okay.
And face the crowd and can just strum my lute.
You can see as...
Motioning jovial.
Excellent. You can see as you do that, the statue's face continues to distort, and it seems to grow this almost kind of tentacle-like crown of both appendages and sort of just warped digits and bone that wraps itself like a wreath around this otherwise disfigured statue, and it looks down, its eyes seething with hatred for this display of joy. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw as you earn the ire of the goddess Slurgia. All right, this will...
That's a good save. Let's go.
This actually, though, unfortunately, as I may remind, this ability save... Oh, no, is not made a disadvantage. Sorry. Because of the rules. So that 19 is enough to save you at this moment from being otherwise struck down by what is the tentacle that emerges from the mass of black and purple and blue pitch, and it touches you ever so gently right in the chest, faster than you can avoid it, and in doing so you feel this ripple of dark consciousness empty into your mind and almost suck you from this world, causing the room to spin and your sense of gravity to go. But it would seem that your will is enough to resist it, and righting yourself and continuing to strum and jovially inspire those around you and maintain this attitude in face of the darkness seems to be granting some amount of the priestess's confidence to return. From there, Hugo, that's you. Morgan, you have... attempted to basically get up there and listen to what's going on, but did I get a perception from you to hear what's happening?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah. Morgan?
I was focusing on hiding, but I can make a perception. That is
Because
fine.
you were just asking about whether or not you heard what was coming through the door. And I wasn't sure if that perception got lost in the 900 acrobatics rolls. All right, so that perception, unfortunately, all you're going to hear is dark, scary noises. Like, you just hear someone talking and, like, the static of sparks sort of flying when mages are working arcana that is particularly like at its strained limits. That's kind of all you can hear as this figure uses this distorting effect to change their voice. And on top of that, it is also with the natural one rolling for variance going to mean that you do not hear a couple other crucial things at this time, but I will cover that in a minute. Morgan, if you're hiding, I see. Do I have a stealth check from you? I do not. Would you go ahead and give me one of those? Morgan? Oh, there we go. All right. I'm just so worried now that my sound is going out on me. So with that 16, you are going to be fairly well hidden. And what you're just going to remain there on this side of the door for now?
Yeah, I'm gonna say with the one in perception, hearing all the nightmare noises, he's not in a hurry to do anything.
Excellent. Then we go to Invex / Warren. Both of you are kind of going in the same time. Invex, your initiative being higher, you're welcome to kind of, obviously go first. But what are you two doing right now?
I don't know if I have a good plan. Okay, so I can either go up to the top of the tower and try and confront this guy that is on top of the cathedral or whatever, or I can try and go back down to the bottom to try and deal with this sludge that is going all over. So, anyone have any preferences? I would like to hear from the rest of the players, I guess.
I just need backup. I'm right now just bluffing at this moment.
I have a plan.
I'm down here.
For the dude upstairs. Oh, at least for now.
I'm down here
Okay.
with the people. So do whatever.
Okay, well, I guess I want to follow through me being like the first person that I like saw the guy on top of the tower, and I want to go up there. I want to go up to the top of the cathedral.
All right. If you're going to be spending your turn doing that, I know you had previously mentioned you were moving in that direction. You'll basically, with assuming just spending movement and dash, you'll be able to get to where you can see Warren, who is not all the way to the top yet, but you won't be able to actually reach the top of the bell tower.
Okay, I will be there.
All right, you got it.
That was including dash.
Yes, that's including dash.
Okay. Then I can't cast any spells. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right. Warren, you are up. You see your companion coming up behind you to offer aid, though they look fairly beleaguered, having sprinted to be here. And then the stairs in front of you are perhaps riddled with yet more traps unseen. How do you want to proceed?
I would like to try to go into stealth, even though it's at disadvantage, right?
It is at disadvantage, yes.
I still like to try.
All right. You attempt to sneak, and you imagine that you're keeping yourself as quiet as possible, but with all of the noise and confusion around you, it's hard to tell how much noise you're making and how much noise is just in the ambient air.
Can I try to detect if there's any more traps ahead?
Certainly. Go ahead and give me a perception. You don't see any more traps, but you do see what is still that problematic moving doorknob.
Oh yeah, the doorknob's so. Can I just break through the door?
With this, you've got enough action economy. Well, actually, that's stealth check, unfortunately. Otherwise, yes. You can get up to the door, but you will be unable to break it down this turn.
Will it hit me with the hammer if I get up to the door or no?
It looks like the hammer is still hanging there, as that was on a mechanical trigger of some kind, so likely that trap is spent.
Okay, I'll just get up to the door then.
Alright. Attempting to back up your friend the fighter who is out there risking her life right now to attempt to bring this situation to a close, you draw nearer to the door, and then we... Oh, did I... Hold on. Speaking of which, our fighter... I don't see you on the initiative order. Likely I did not. Oh yeah, because you were the 20. Hold on, there we go. That was why I didn't put you down, because we just jumped right into your turn. Okay, so you've already gone. That's fine. Then that means that we are at the bottom of the order, which is your opponent. The cloaked figure is going to look at you and continue to say, "The Guild of Mazes is not welcome here. The Guild of Mazes will bring you nothing but destruction. Leave, or a similar fate awaits you." And it's going to motion over to the golem, which is still just going ham, destroying this township at this point. You are allowed a response if you would like to.
I'll look at him, still holding my scimitar, seeing the blood drawn onto it, and just say, even if it's my last breath, you can go suck it. I'm going to get you.
Okay. Go ahead and, at that point, make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm not good at those. But today it shines on
That's
me.
pretty good.
That is pretty good. And it looks like that is going to be enough to not prevent... well, I'll just describe what happens. You are going to find yourself kind of locking up and otherwise becoming paralyzed, essentially. But instead of there being worse, more adverse effects, that wisdom saving throw is going to keep your wits about you, and for a moment you can break free of the psychic bonds that seek to sort of interlace themselves into your muscles and otherwise cause you to seize. As you break through this effect, unsure exactly what was about to happen to you, had you failed that wisdom saving throw, this individual is going to look at you rather panicked and realizing that they might have more to deal with than they had planned on. Use a bonus action to produce from their cloak a wand of some kind and brandish it at you menacingly. And then we are going to go top of the order to Erithil, dramatically enough. So, Erithil, you've just seen this wand brandished at you. It is a sleek, dark thing, and at the end of which you can see there are a couple of chains attached to which are chunks of bone and feather that sort of hang off of this like dark, fetishistic charms.
Seeing this wand and how menacing it is, I'm going to try and wrestle this wand away from his hand.
All right, go ahead and give me an athletics check as you attempt to tackle this caster.
He has hold person, so he's at least a 3rd level spellcaster.
16.
16. All right. Man, and rolling very high on these athletics checks. This individual is able to slip you once more, pulling their cloak out from in between your grasping hands as you attempt to seize them again. Their wand still at basically arm's length and pointed directly at your chest, and it looks like at this point ready to go at a moment's notice. Arathil, that's just your action though. You still have your bonus and your movement. What would you like to do with that?
With my bonus action, could I reach for the trap door that leads down the tower?
That door, you certainly can. Go for it.
All right, what do I roll? Or do I just...
So go ahead and give me, in this case, I guess it would be an athletics because you're attempting to kind of, or really, I mean, it's fine. And athletics isn't even necessary because there's nothing really to do. It's not stuck from this side, and you're not really being. Oh, you are in melee though. I guess that's the only issue here. Is you can attempt to open that without an athletics check, but it will take an attack of opportunity because you'll have to disengage with this person in order to get over to it.
I will still reach for it because I am attempting to reach for it and yell down, yelling for help.
Okay. So the attack of opportunity comes, and the wizard in front of you is going to attempt to now, not with the wand, but instead with what looks to be an obviously enchanted dagger that is just glowing in these brilliant blue and indigo hues, attempt to stab you right in the gut. Hertha, what's your AC?
16.
This wizard is on fire, and this wizard manages to break that, and you are going to take a total of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be 11 damage, as the dagger is only a fraction of your concern, when then another sort of after effect of just seizing static lightning jolts through your system and disrupts your synapses, and the world flashes in different colors in front of you for a moment. Arathil, are you still alive?
we have that with. Yeah, because I got him back up.
All right.
He should have 5 left.
Okay, then. Arathil, you are going to, taking that nasty stab from the lightning dagger, manage to disengage from this wizard. The athletics check from before was irrelevant because the door isn't locked or otherwise heavy, so you can open it. And there on the other side, you see Warren looking back up at you, surprised, but also grateful. And shouting down now seems a little irrelevant, but you're welcome to do it.
I'll say, help, please.
All right, and then from Arathil, we're going to go to Yugo. Yugo Kampar, the brave bard standing their ground in front of the intimidating effigy and perhaps manifestation of the goddess Slurgia herself, the profane corrupter. Yugo, what are you going to do?
I'm going to motion the people to join me in song as I hand the lute to the priestess and begin to dance.
All right, give me a dance of your people with a performance check as you attempt to interpretively dance this Slurgia effigy into some sort of dormancy, or at least, ooh, that's not bad, actually. With the power of dance, all things is possible, and so proves the bard. As the people begin to see you continue to sort of like occupy space in front of this dark goddess's effigy, and despite the cruel smile on its face and the twisted sort of lumpen eye on one side of its head, and just the way that its body has been disfigured, it still can't stop you from dancing, the people observe. And
Yeah.
it starts at first as just this kind of a little bit of a chuckle or a titter in the back, but you begin to see laughter actually break out amongst the people in the crowd, and in that moment they stop fleeing, and they are now standing, watching nervously to see exactly how this might play out. The priestess next to you, clearly not sure what to do with the lute in her hands, just begins freestyling on the stringed instrument. And it's pretty rough, but being an experienced improv artist, you are able to make some sort of kind of like zany zigzag style interpretive dance to go along with it while maintaining your fierce glare of joyous opposition at the goddess in front of you. And that's going to be your turn as you manage to maybe finally rally these folks.
Yeah, style all over that goddess.
All right. The goddess is surely being styled upon. And we then move over to Moggen. Moggen, you see ahead of you that the door has opened, and it looks like the way is clear. What are you going to do?
Seem that the robed figure has seen me.
No, because you're not in line of sight at this point. I could explain it in more detail, but yeah, they cannot see you at this time.
Okay. I'm gonna look back at Warren and kind of cock my head to follow, and I will pull up my short bow. And can I move so that I can see the figure and get a pot shot in, and then maybe duck back behind cover? So that at least it's...
Yes.
Okay, now, if I'm hidden, would the advantage of being hidden cancel out my barfy teleporting sickness?
It would, in fact. And so this will just be a regular attack, and it will be of the sneak variety. All right, that 15 would hit if it were not for this wizard spinning and using the shield spell to suddenly stop that arrow in its tracks as it comes within inches of colliding with their back shoulder blade.
Well, it's a spell slot, and I will use my bonus action to go around the corner and hide.
All right, go ahead and give me a stealth check as you then dip back down into the stairwell from which you emerged and attempt to conceal yourself in the shadows.
No.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be doing much, as it looks like this mage is thoroughly aware of the fact that they are surrounded on all sides at this point, kind of regardless of where it's coming from. And then Moggen, we go to Invex. Invex, you are basically halfway up the stair at this point. You could use your 30 foot of movement to get within eyesight of this caster, but you wouldn't be able to get within melee.
I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to tackle him if I like charged at him. Isn't there a roll for charging?
There is a roll for charging. In this case, I would basically need an athletics check out of you because it would be more of a leap that would be accomplishing those last couple feet.
I see. How far away from him am I going to be if I just use my standard 30-foot movement?
If you use your standard 30-foot movement and wrap around, you'll basically be right about here where I've just shifted your token.
Okay, where's the wizard?
The wizard is the one in blue with the white and the staff.
Oh, I see. Okay, so he's like kind of around the corner.
Yeah.
So I can't even really see him.
You can, because where you're standing, remember, is it's a trap door that leads down from here. So your head is now kind of basically above the threshold with which to see what's going on up here, and that large object right there is a bell, so it's suspended in the air. You can see this person's like knees and waist, more or less.
Okay, well I have no damaging cantrips, so I think I kind of want to charge him and maybe knock him off the tower, or like pushing him.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that athletics check to see if you can seal the deal, though they've been very frosty on that athletics check so far.
You can only get a natural 1 now.
Yeah, it's the only option. Oh, Blackheart, you attempt to charge and do a leaping tackle to grab a hold of this person, but unfortunately it's the leaping part of that tackle that gets a little tangled up. And
I yell, YOLO!
And instead, you end up basically just kind of like diving and catching your knee on the stairs, not anticipating the actual angle of it, and it just stops you in your tracks. And you end up doing one of those sort of, oh, you'll be fine next turn, but you are definitely not going anywhere now.
I stubbed my toes. Yeah, no, I got it.
All right. From there, we go to Warren of the Cracked Sky. Warren, you are close, and so is perhaps the end of this. What are you going to do?
I can see them from here, so I'm going to use my my zodiac sign and cast Hold Person on him.
Okay.
And then I'm going to run up and punch him in the damn face.
Yes.
In a hilarious turn of events, your weak hold person from your kindly basilisk is going to actually be enough to overcome this mage's formidable mental defenses. And they are going to be locked still temporarily as you go and attempt to run over and punch them in the face.
Wizards are weak to being punched in the face.
It seems that is the case, as you send this person reeling with just one good shot to the temple, immediately stumbling backwards, their once threatening posture behind this rather ominous-looking wand now compromised as they attempt to just try and keep themselves safe, lest Warren begin to crack their sky. Now,
For natural 20s, do we double damage?
it is
Yeah.
you double all of the dice involved, but you don't double any of the modifiers.
Yeah. I think she needs another D4.
So that's 18 damage, right?
So 1d4 plus 3 strength, and then 1d4. No, that's correct, because that's 2d4s.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the 7 is 1d4 plus 3, and then the 4 is just a 4. Well, statement of the night. So with that, that's going to be 11 damage with the first shot, and of course you can use your monk unarmed strike to continue if you would like.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue.
Okay.
Muda.
All right, the 11.
I knew it. That's how monks always work.
Muda.
Yeah. The 11 is not going to be successful due to the shield that is currently activated. You can spend key to activate Flurry of Blows if you'd like, but I'm not sure if you have any left.
I do, because we had that full rest.
Order.
So I'm going to.
Go ahead and give me that Flurry of Blows. Oh, that 14 is not going to do it either. as
Damn.
their AC is now considerably higher. You step in to make another strike, but this time you find the magical, almost glass pane-like barrier there to intercept your fist, and it just strikes with a resounding, almost kind of resonant thung as you see the ripple play out through the pane of arcane energy protecting this wizard. And Warren, that's some of your movement. That's definitely your attack. You anything else?
Can I? I might take a dodge action afterward.
Okay, a dodge action is a full action, I believe, unless you've got something.
I have patient defense,
Oh.
so I can spend another key.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna take a dodge in case they try to hit me.
All right.
And that would be the end of it.
Spending more key to take a patient defense. It then goes to the wizard, who, looking at this situation, is going to begin.
Don't mention door.
Likely, it's so funny that you nailed it. Get the hell out of there.
Damn it.
And with that, you see them just quickly scribe onto the ground a basically what looks to be a circle and just jump through it, disappearing into a cloud of sort of smoke and a flash of light.
Is he able to withhold person on him?
When you attack somebody, it takes their hold person off.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
So could I have when I was trying to oh no, never mind. I had knocked my knee on the stairs. Never mind.
All right. So with that, the wizard is going to manage to hop through a crudely made portal and disappear into a quite literal puff of smoke. But that does take everybody out of the initiative order, as combat is once again resolved, and all of you are now standing here in the, well, not midst, but mist, I guess, of what was once your your assailant. But you can see, to your joy, in the distance, it looks like the golem is beginning to power down, as it starts kind of rumbling in an uncertain way as it's stepping forward through the township, and you can see it ready to bring its lightning sword up again to demolish yet another house before finally it just kind of dissipates. And with the same kind of thunderous crash that announced the sort of arrival of the pulsar and the energy beast in the center of the town, so too does this golem just collapse and go inanimate. Its pieces forming it, falling onto the houses and roofs of the buildings in front of it, as well as the roadways. And after a cloud of dust and debris is thrown into the air, and the mists of Hope's Rise are swirled about a bit more by this action, it seems to settle. But that is all sort of what you are experiencing up here on the top of this bell tower looking out over the town. While down below, it seems that the goddess Slurgia is becoming quite increasingly upset by this situation and being made a mockery of.
Hey, Farscribe. Someone commented and did make me realize whenever they're hold personed, didn't she get advantage for punching them?
I believe. Oh, let me double check the hold person. I think it only applies to the first attack.
It does. Paralysis. It only applies to the first attack. Any subsequent or normal.
Yeah. So, and because any attack after that, the first one would have been critical because that's what happens. but then afterwards the subsequent attacks are just basically as per regular.
All right, just wanted to confirm.
No, yeah, I
Okay.
appreciate it. And
So-
again, as somebody who's been playing Dungeons and Dragons for 20 years, I know that there are going to be times when I mistake the rules, either new or old. So I don't mind anybody kind of touching base on things like that, especially when it's kind of critical moments of that sort of thing.
I've been running
How-
Dungeons and Dragons for 15 years, and I make mistakes. So
Yeah.
Just so that
it's
I'm
totally
aware,
understandable.
but the paralysis condition just makes it so that everyone just has an advantage on you, like for all your attacks. Why would it not give you advantage on all of them?
Well, hold person and paralysis are two completely different animals.
Yeah, hold person only lasts until that creature has been struck, is the thing. Paralysis, while it is sort of the same thing, is like that condition is usually invoked by something that is more persistent than like until the like you're either attacked, or oftentimes hold person you get the saving throw at the end of your next turn, depending on what the effect is.
So what I think Invex would like to do, just to get the plot rolling along again, is after this wizard disappears, Invex wants to go down to the bottom of the cathedral where the goddess is emerging.
All right, certainly. While you're making your way back down the steps, I'm definitely going to give Hugo, who is in the thick of it right now, a chance to kind of react or do or go first in this whole ordeal. Hugo, it looks like you're going to soon be the subject of another one of this effigy's attacks. What are you going to do about that? Do you continue to style relentlessly in the face of evil?
I mean, she's terrorizing the town, so, and it seemed to getting a rise. It seems to be getting a rise out of her. So, yeah, let's take it up a notch. I pull a Mask of Slurgia out of my disguise kit and put it on, and continue to dance.
Okay. Adding a little, an element of religious satire to the mix now, for those of you who are a fan of the art house cinema. So, as you do so, you can see that this is just too far. And the effigy is going to look at you and say, "Fine. A curse upon 1,000 newborns." And with that, begin to just spew forth more of its vomit, and its ichor, and slowly begin to dissipate, though, however, as now it seems that it has decided of some course of action that no longer requires it to be present here. As it begins to sort of fade and withdraw from the stone effigy that it is sort of infested and corrupted, as you're coming down the stairs, Invex, you can hear it basically just spewing curses and vitriol onto the folks as its voice gets weaker and weaker and weaker. Things to the tune of "I will eat your souls in the abyss," kind of thing.
I shout, "Destroy it! Destroy the statue! Destroy it!"
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check or an intimidate check, depending on which way you would like to kind of throw that one out there.
You go at it, Bard.
My checks are the same, so I will do persuasion.
All right. So with that, that's actually not a bad persuasion roll, as seeing the courage demonstrated by this simple musician as well as the fact that it seemed that the effigy was unable to strike them down, they all begin to start moving towards the front of the cathedral. Some of them drawing simple tools from their belts, others looking to take a hold of candle sconces or things about them that they might use as a bludgeon or some kind of tool. And the last thing that you hear the statue gurgle before it finally loses all of its otherwise kind of demonic trappings is, "I will destroy the statue for you." And you feel a rumble begin to take the entire church structure as the walls begin to quake and the statue itself begins to now fall apart limb at a time and just crash onto the ground in front of it.
Get down from the tower!
Is that rope still up? The one that was shot up with the longbow?
It is.
Yeah, I never took it down.
So you have a zip line? Get it.
Yeah, I think that's our way out.
You're not sure what's causing it to happen, but moments after the golem has fallen apart, now too, so does this church seem to be collapsing. Go ahead and give me acrobatics or athletics checks as you attempt to quickly hop down from this tower, kind of skate down the shingling of this roof, grab a hold of that rope, and then rappel down to the ground. Ooh.
I kind of want to just give the statue like a cheeky smack with my mace and then run away.
Okay. As you do so, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw. And then also, I'm looking at... Oh my god, that was the worst acrobat. How? Rolling for variance on one of those critical failures, so you are going to accidentally coming over the side of this tower and trying to land on the roof as fast as possible, just miss your footing and begin just sliding off of it, and with that then off of the side of the roof entirely and onto the ground for a total of... It's going to be 7 points of damage from a 20-story drop.
Unconscious.
A 20-foot drop. All right. Go ahead and give me a death saving throw. All right. That is one failure. Make sure to mark that. And then... we go to our...
So you wanted me to make a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah, and go ahead and post that, and then while that's happening, I'm just kind of covering the descriptions of what's happening to the other people.
Ooh. Ouch! Ooh, no good.
Okay, so then Warren of the Cracked Sky, you are also going to unfortunately take a spill, but you are going to only take, it looks like, 4 points of damage from this.
Okay.
And then
fine.
also our companion Morgan didn't quite make the cut with that 11 acrobatics. So Morgan, you're gonna also take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Okay. Now with that 9 wisdom saving throw, as you basically smack this statue, finally, as the stone kind of crumbles, as if just so much kind of brittle, trying to think of a good brick or soft clay beneath your mace, it reveals a pocket yet still of that black Icarus slime remaining. And as your mace kind of makes contact with it, you feel yourself overwrought by the energies of the goddess Slurgia, and you are going to take what looks to be 1 permanent point of constitution damage.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Ooh, buddy. Okay.
Oh no.
When I say permanent,
does that reduce my maximum hit points? Because
only if it takes a modifier to a lower number.
it does.
So that will drop you down by 2 hit points max.
Because there's 2 levels.
Yep.
Damn, I'm at 7 hit points.
Okay, and that seems to also in this case sort of like cause this blight on the side of your face, where there is now sort of this telling and twisted wicked scar next to one of your eyeballs that is otherwise kind of coverable with some of your white hair, but it's very, very visible.
Very metal.
Can I ask the goddess Jelkrin so that I can swear vengeance upon whatever the goddess was, Slumdia or whatever?
Slurgia,
yeah.
Nobody wants to mess with Slurgia.
I cast vengeance on Slurgia using the name of the goddess Jelkrin.
All right. Using the name of the goddess Yelkrin and casting vengeance on Slurgia, you are going to... One moment. Do you mean the spell vengeance?
No, not the spell vengeance. I'm just doing this as a roleplay thing.
Oh, okay, I thought it was like I'm not aware of a first level vengeance spell.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I totally get you. And doing so, give me actually a. I will ask for. This is not a wisdom save, but a wisdom check, much like the kind that Warren had to make to try and invoke the power of her spirit earlier.
Okay, I will roll it.
As we wait. Nicely done. You hear the distant baying of Yelkrin's jackals in your ears, and you can almost smell blood in the air. Yelkrin is the goddess of taking. And though Slurgia may corrupt, there is nothing that is hers that cannot be taken from her. And as such,
I agree hard.
Yelkrin is going to grant you a vision based on this circumstance, and you are going to see a fire growing deep and wide and tall, emerging from the... Based on your position, it would be the southwest, in a massive pillar into the sky, and with it, you also hear the continued baying of the jackals of Yelkrin, and you know that your goddess is sending you in a direction that might give you some advantage or purpose in this mission of vengeance, this now holy war.
I love it. This is so sick.
Okay. As this is happening, of course.
If the chapel is crumbling, though, I will move out of the chapel.
I was just about to say, you watch as your companion is having a literal religious moment, standing in front of this breaking statue as chunks rain on either side of them, and you see this giant twisted scar begin to form up one side of their face as they stare at the head of their mace, now covered in this corrupting ooze that is dripping onto the ground. And they have a faraway look in their eye as your companion sort of tilts their head upwards towards the ceiling, where the sky is beginning to become visible as shingle and roof alike falls down. But it seems like they snap out of it at the last moment. And the two of you are free to flee at this time. But I will take athletics checks as you attempt to sprint out of the building. Excellent. despite your reverie, it looks like the goddess Yelkrin has given you the...
She has answered me!
Indeed. And then Hugo, can I get an athletics check from you as well to make sure that you're able to clear the crowd?
Do I add my jack of all trades ability to that?
Your...
You add it to any ability that you're not proficient in. So you get +1 to everything you're not proficient in.
All right. And that is going to also be enough. Excellent. Both of you managed to sprint out of the temple in time. A couple people, unfortunately, get caught in the rubble and are likely crushed, but it seems that the priestess is also going to make it out in time.
Those who were crushed were not strong.
I will then cut to our companions who have fallen on the street corner as well, just up and around the way. One of them I know to be dying, and the other two I know to be watching them die. What are you going to do about your companion there, bleeding to death on the sidewalk?
I guess it's my turn to Zodiac.
To move over to them and cast Spare the Dying, I believe. I have that.
I think someone's closer, and you're going to Zodiac the Spare the Dying?
No, Spare the Dying is one of my spells.
No, I heard someone earlier said they were going to use their Zodiac, because I think they have the Beholder. Or sorry, the Mournful Golem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was going to Spare the Dying.
Okay, excellent. So Morgan, you will, just for character and story reasons, you will be the one who is in fact stabilizing and reviving Erithil, as your other two companions kind of getting out of the debris and haze kind of rising from this collapsed church can see you with ease after they back up, and at this point the party is joined. And there is no pressing clock ticking above you, as there doesn't seem to be any danger in the immediate environment. So, welcome to Hope's Rise, everyone. What would you like to do now?
Erithil, as she wakes up, just says, "Why can't I wake up back in Thuasilk?"
I have a holy mission.
You're welcome.
So, I would like to try to convince all of the people that helped me with the golem issue to try to head, was it west?
Southwest.
Southwest? Yeah, I would like to try to convince everyone to go towards this torch that I see in the night sky.
All right. That torch having been something that you saw like inside of yourself in your own like your mind's eye, rather than actually being a literal like odd thing. I mean, is something that nobody else seems to have any idea of what you're speaking of.
Do you think maybe we should like take a breather? You know, stretch.
I do need to rest.
Not
We need
bleed.
to find some
I do need to
places.
rest. I have no spells left. So
I can literally feel my ribs poking my heart.
Like
We do
even
need
just
to
an
rest.
hour, like.
I'm kind of also looking for
rest.
shops.
I need a
Yeah.
long rest for just healing and stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we all need a break.
Oh yeah, where's that priestess? Or did she not get out?
She made it out in time.
She got out.
She is actually now with the rest of the people who did make it out, trying to actively sort through the rubble and tear away stone and fallen broken boards and beams to see if there's anyone who might be still yet savable in the wreckage of the temple.
So Invex will approach the priestess and say, "Are you willing to come with me on my journey for divine revenge?"
She looks at you and she says, Yonqua is the goddess of blessings. She is not the goddess of starving dogs.
What
Duh.
does that mean?
It basically means she's calling him vermin.
For those of you
Or
playing the
pets. What?
home game, Yelkrin is in fact the goddess of, or whose patron companion is that of ever-feeding jackals. And whenever Yelkrin appears, she always does so at a feasting table in which there are packs of the creatures at her side, ready to devour any one or thing that might be before her that displeases her.
Invex says, then your followers died because they were not strong.
Time to roll initiative.
Yonqua's priestess nods and says, "Then it will be through Yonqua's blessings that they gain strength. They have nothing to gain from taking from others. You are not wanted here."
As you wish. And Invex will start immediately walking towards the nearest road that moves southwest.
Okay.
Can I hit Invex with my loot?
You're certainly welcome to take a swing. It would be an attack roll.
Mogum.
Erethel looks over to War and just says, "Could you give me a hand? I need to stand up."
I will give that hand and help you stand up as best as I can.
I am limping very heavily.
I will say that I want to help her get the people out if there are more people. I want to help the priestess.
He gave me a character sheet. So, like, literally, the traits are like, you only respect people who are strong, basically. And I was like, okay.
Sure.
I mean, same. I think that people who avoid conflict are pitiful, but I still play it smart. So, and I want to help people who've died. It doesn't mean anything towards that.
Okay.
I think that Invex is kind of like it's more
He's like a military dad.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, like, you are strong, so you deserve to live. If you cower, then Invex doesn't have any interest in you. And I feel like Invex is choosing to believe that this priestess does not wish to further the goals against this evil entity that invaded their temple, and so he sees that as weak.
I'm going to help the people because we need a base to set up in this town.
Yep.
Go ahead and give me an athletics check as anybody who's interested in helping dig out possible survivors.
I was going to say I was going to give her the help action to give her advantage.
Okay. Go ahead then, and you can roll with advantage. 21. Not bad. All right, Warren and the rest are going to begin helping sort through this rubble. Invex, as you begin sort of disdainfully turning your back on what is otherwise a priestess for a goddess who just gives away gifts to the pitiful in order to try and curry favor with the most despicable form of life there is in the cosmos, it does start occurring to you that your guildmates are back there. How would you like to proceed?
Invex will stay with those who Invex deemed like helpful in the combat that we had.
Deems worthy.
Yes. Those that were not cowards. those that were actually helpful in the combat, and will stay with them. But Invex does make a point of not digging those that are weak out of the rubble.
Sure. And in doing so, you can see much to kind of just the casual frustration of the priestess of Yanqua, but nobody makes anything of it as you stand there and almost supervise as everybody else tries to pull these survivors free. The work takes a couple hours before finally it's called and they accept the idea that likely anyone they are unable to dig out in this immediate has probably been crushed to death, or they will be unable to reach by the time that it is too far gone. And so while we shall continue... Yeah?
They were weak.
While we shall continue to mourn the losses of our fellow both citizens and souls, we shall rebuild. It is through Yanqua's blessings that we are sustained. And after kind of a small ceremony and what looks to be a display entirely probably from thaumaturgy of just kind of invoking these swirling winds and glowing mists, it seems that a lot of people have begun to gather around this site, both from the township of people who are kind of trying to figure out what just happened, as well as a number of the guard are also beginning to mill about and start to ask questions and sort of poke at the smoking crater in the center of town. Not really sure what to make of the situation.
They're questioning the smoking crater in the middle of the town, but they're not questioning the golem that is just standing there.
Oh, well, I mean, the golem fell apart.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And it was a couple streets over. So whatever's actually happening with the golem's remains right now, you don't know.
Aerithil will just look at the guards and be like, and points at the golem and just says, "That's your problem."
The guards look confused as if this was some sort of obvious statement, not understanding exactly who it is that is trying to tell them. That they shake their heads and go, drunks.
I think that Invex sees his participation in the felling of the golem as a huge heroic deed, and so he demands some sort of like room for the night for free.
Who are you going to try and extract that from exactly?
Is there anybody that still has like an inn open?
Actually, there on the south side of that map, there is, and one moment, I will go ahead and move the "you are here" token. Also, in the very real map that you are currently looking at, this building right here is a recently reconstructed and expanded inn that is now actually several structures. As I also realized there's a slight coloration issue right there in the buildings. But that inn, having survived for the most part, and I wasn't sure what was and wasn't gonna go down in that smashing, having been freshly refitted, what with a new stable and storeroom, and also a brewery attached out back, and they are kind of out front now, like with their staff and what looks to be either somebody who represents it or likely owns it, just calling out to people as they gather that they should come and ease their worries. Please, there's food and drink alike. All shall hear the story of the golem that almost destroyed Hope's Rise.
Invex approaches them, says that Invex says that he was part of the slaying of the golem, and he demands some sort of reparations. He just wants a inn for the night and drinks.
In which case, go ahead and give me a persuasion check as you attempt to otherwise persuade one of these hotel clerks slash tavern keepers. That's not that. Excellent. So you see this look come over this tavern keeper's face as he goes, "Really? You slayed... well, I'll do you better than a Rube. You've got to tell the story to the whole crowd."
Invex gladly will tell the story to the whole crowd.
And with that, the tavern keeper is going to agree to provide you the finest accommodations, as well as basically beverage and food, if you are willing to stay that evening and at least once regale a full bar room as to how the creature was slain.
Invex will regale it multiple times, and also would like to ask that many other people were involved in the slaying of the golem, and they should also be given rooms.
Based on how poorly this person did in response to your persuasion, they are going to agree readily that certainly all are welcome at the Hob and Knoll.
Okay, I would like to gather the group that we have to go into the inn.
Erithil just looks over to Invex, somewhat disdainfully, but still accepts the room.
Invex is a bully. I mean, you're just gonna have to get over that.
Well, no, it's because part of my character is that she thinks that she mistakes bravery for idiocy. That's why throughout the entire fight she was like, "This is stupid. This is stupid."
I'm going to cross my arms and just follow along into the inn quietly.
Okay.
Very good.
Excellent. And
My guy just wants to perform for people, so that's literally his thing.
Invex and you should actually team up to tell the greatest story of all time.
You certainly can.
It could be a bardic tale for the rest of time.
So, is everyone more or less committing to spending the evening here at the Hob and Knoll?
Looks like it.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a performance check. Whoever wants to make that and whoever wants to assist, you can do that however you like.
I think that it should be... I would like to also help with their performance.
All right. In which case you can go ahead, roll to aid, and if you are successful, then they will be able to make that check with advantage.
Okay, how do I roll to aid? Do I just roll a d20?
You roll a performance check. The difference is you're not trying to actually make the DC of whatever the challenge is. You're just trying to basically, it's like a death saving throw. You're basically trying to just get over 10 or 12. Okay, in this case, that fails, so the performance check of 13 will stand.
As they're doing that, Erithil is going to try and convince one of the patrons, bets them a silver or something, and just says, "I dare you to go and accidentally spill your drink all over Invex."
All right, go ahead and give me a deception in order to try and make that happen. All right.
Yeah.
It looks like, judging by the clearly armored elven warrior whose face is scarred with some sort of profane curse on one side, likely he shouldn't be the target of some barroom mirth right now, especially after they just got done regaling I imagine, highly embellished version of the defeat of a storied tall monster that was otherwise threatening to upend most of Town Square. But at this moment, we are really crossing into we're at about 4.5 hours, but only about 4 hours after we got the audio sorted out. And I'm trying to keep these sessions to about that length. So I think this is a great time because you'll have to roll an encounter check for your extended stay over the course of the evening here. But everyone is recovered from their teleportation sickness. Everyone can effectively have accomplished a short rest. And everyone will have also leveled when you manage to complete the long rest in front of you. So there are added stakes to this night here at the Hob and Knoll. But that you will have to see what happens as the players stay the night, as they may not make it to see third level, depending on what the encounter roll ends up being and how they end up dealing with it. In the meantime, though, we do have a daily prize to give away. And in this case, based on what's been happening, I would have otherwise felt worse about Kargara's sudden departure, but Kargara also skated in to win a portion of that $250 prize, having been present for like half an hour of that attempt. So I don't feel as bad. So I will definitely give it to somebody present here, and I think that of everything done, the reward's gonna go to one Yugo Kompar, the bard who decided to dance in the face of death. So,
All right, thank you.
Yugo, congratulations! You are the 5th ever winner of the daily prize. And as a kind of a special addition to this, our previous contestant, Salkaline, has decided to turn down the stone in favor of taking a more practical payout of the stone's average worth, just because being an international contestant, at a certain point, depending on where you're at, shipping just becomes not as useful as actually taking the cash in hand. So that means that the Chevron Amethyst from last week is also available for your selection. So you can choose either the Chevron Amethyst, the Spider-Man Jasper, or the Bloodstone with Agate as your prize.
I will take the Chevron Amethyst.
Excellent. Would you like that with a brown or black cotton bolo cord?
Black.
Okay, awesome. If you want to just send me the address that you'd like that shipped to, I will go ahead and get that in the mail as soon as possible. But past that, I'm going to do a wind down real quick. First off, I want to thank all of our contestants. I'm amazed none of you died, actually. Everyone kind of figured out a good way to interact with that golem without accidentally taking all of the heat onto themselves. The run-up to the wizard at the top of the bell tower was well saved against by the monk and the rogue. That could have gone sour as well. There were a number of places where death could have happened, as well as Yugo. You definitely could have almost died when facing down the effigy of Slurgia. It was almost basically an instant KO that you managed to save against. So congratulations there. It's great to see you again back, Warren, as well as... Well, it was great to see Kargara for about 3 seconds, but past that, we've got a full new team, practically, of questers over the course of an evening, which is exactly what I wanted to see for this concept. Quick reminder to anybody out there who's watching and has been a part of this up until now, thank you so much for dealing with the audio issues earlier, and also just being amazing supporters of this, both, I guess, function, show, game, whatever you want to call it, that is also helping raising money for children in need right now. So just by paying attention to this and getting involved and maybe having the chance to win some precious stones and cash prizes, or help out other people to win those stones and cash prizes, you're also doing real good in the real world in which you live and breathe and come from. So take a moment to feel good about that, and until next time, we've got the entire wilderness and all of Hope's Rise now available to our players as the guild teleportation system has been honed in on the center of town, and any reinforcements who are sent in no longer have to be sent to the outskirts. Meaning that there's going to be a lot more roleplay to come, a lot more exploration of this world's lore, the goddesses, the surrounding environment, and all of just the terrain for our players to cover. There's so many different environments, there's mini dungeons, there's the main dungeon, which still has a $500 cash prize hanging over it, in addition to what will probably even maybe be a little bit of extra gravy on top of that, depending on how many players go down before that $500 can be claimed. That prize might go up and up depending on how long it takes for our players to find the evil heart that lurks underneath the Moonwake Mountains. Until next time, thank you all, and especially thank you to our show's patrons who are helping make this run. We just got a new one today who actually took advantage of the patron-only weighted chance to play and got in the game tonight as a result of it for $1. That's 4 hours of entertainment and the chance to win precious stones and cash prizes. Seems like an investment to me, man. How do you feel it paid out?
I'm assuming you're referring to me.
Yeah.
To which I'll.
Push to talk.
You're supposed to talk off?
10 out of 10. Would do again.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was good. No, the dollar was definitely worth it.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the endorsement and the nod of support. Once this show is in full tilt, it's going to be putting out basically a Netflix season worth of content every month. That's 24 hours. 24 to 30, depending on how the streams shake out. So please, anything that people feel like small or large that you have to contribute to the show, it all helps it go around. And maybe, just maybe, I'm going to get the background music figured out for the next stream. I'm going to do a audio test with our players and make sure that all of these things are working next time in a dry run well before we go live. And there's nothing else to cover other than recommitting to making this the best possible contest I can and asking everybody at home, so you think you can quest?
Mr. Sloth says donate.
And here we are at the end of our tale. Join us next time on So You Think You Can Quest.